right, we got the 28 Super Street. Jack McKe is making his Super Street debut. Jack, did you used to, you ran the Pro 4, your brother ran a mod, right? So what'd you guys do with those old cars?
We sold both of them, and now we just got the Super Street at the moment.
So what's all transpired to make this decision to jump up, and why are you getting at it so late in the season?
We had motor problems, and then it was either this or a street stock, so I picked this.
Where'd the car come from? Any old racers that we know that may have previously owned it?
Yeah, Ripley's owned it before we did.
Gotcha. So how you liking it out there in practice? Did you guys rent the track or come for any other practices, or is today cold turkey for you?
No, we rented it one time before this, and then practice felt pretty good.
So what's the first general consensus of it? Moving up from the Pro 4, you enjoy being behind the wheel of this twice as big machine than the Pro 4?
Yeah, it has a lot more power than the Pro 4 did, and it had a lot more speed coming off the corner.
So how are you looking on the speed charts? I haven't checked it out.
I was third the first practice, only had one fast lap, and then the second practice I was like 10.
All right, so you're looking forward to today?
Yeah.
Any people and sponsors you want to thank for getting you in behind the wheel of a Super Street for your first time?
Yeah, I want to thank my dad, my mom, my brother, McKe Energy, Realty, Maine, All Time Stowing, Mossy Lead Spirits, Trade Southwest Grill, and Gravel Pit, McKe Energy Gravel Pit.
All right, Jack McKe making his Super Street debut. Be looking out for him in the 28. Looked pretty good. Nice big bold number that you can easily read from across the track.
Yep.
All right, see you, Jack. See you guys. All right, we got the 25 of Carson Bellows. First time that we've seen him at Wiscasset this season. So you're running in the Thunder 4 class, Carson. How you liking it?
I'm running in the Thunder 4s, and yeah, I like it a lot. And I especially like Wiscasset. The track is really nice, and it's pretty fun to run on.
Yeah, certainly. So have you ran any laps around here before, or is today your first day?
I practiced a couple times, but this is my first race.
All right, so yeah, when did you practice?
I practiced yesterday, and I practiced last week on Friday, so 2 Fridays.
Oh, okay, cool. So the last 2 Fridays are your first times ever turning laps on the place, period?
Yeah.
All right, so how you like it? A lot more speed, a lot more banking, huh?
Yeah, definitely a lot more speed and a lot more banking, but I like how it's a lot bigger and wider, definitely.
Yeah, a lot of space out there to get racy. How you looking on the speed charts compared to your competition in the Thunder 4 class?
I'm doing all right. I'm 3 or 4 tenths off from the fastest, but I just need to gain some speed and going in. So.
All right, cool. We're glad to see you here, Carson. Who do you want to thank for helping you get here in the 25 car?
Bellows Garage, Hamilton Sandblasting, my grandfather, my grandmother, and that's it.
All right, Carson Bellows, good luck today, my man.
Thank you.
Yo. Alec Brown in the 39. Hey, how's the season been treating you so far?
It's been okay, I guess, but last week was a little rough. But out here for fun and have a fun time, I guess.
Have you landed on the podium yet?
Yeah, I got one podium through 2 weeks ago we raced. But last week we had double features. First one hit the wall. Second one went to the infield, bound up my A-frame. It's been a couple rough last couple races, but today's going good. It's a hot one, but we'll get it done.
Got a nice breeze going though. It's not just hot and standing still. We got a nice breeze. It feels like a good afternoon for racing.
Yeah, it's really good out, and this car's going good, and hopefully go out and give Zach a run for his money.
Yeah, we hope to see it, Alec. I know that the season's been a little difficult for you there. Hey, I see some duct tape on that right front fender there. Have you had any issues with cutting tires or something? What's that all about?
Just cutting fenders and stuff, so make sure I don't cut a tire, and hopefully it'll stay together.
Anybody you want to thank for getting you here today?
I just want to thank my father, and he's done a lot. And Zach, he helps me a lot. He's helped set up the car, and he's the one that got it going so good, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, good luck today, my man.
Thank you.
See you, dude. Alec Brown in 39 under 4. How about the 78 Pro 4 of Rowdy Romano? Rowdy, how's this season been treating you? Is this your rookie year?
Yes, it's been okay.
Now, last year, did you race once or twice, or is this your first season period?
This is my first season.
All right, I couldn't remember if you made it out towards the end of the year last year, so we're happy to have you in the Pro 4 class, help that class grow. I think we got 12 of them today, so it's got to be pretty exciting to see a lot of competition out there.
Yeah, I love it a lot more than go-karts. Nice to move up to something.
Yeah, so tell us about your racing history last year and the most recent years of go-kart racing. What did you do, and how did you do, wins-wise and that stuff?
I ran at Richmond for 7 years. I got 4 wins. That's about really much.
Yep. Richmond had a pretty big race last night. I'm sure you were hanging out there, right?
Yep, I was there.
Were you racing?
No.
No, just hanging out, probably with the Spencer boy. You friends with him?
Yeah, he brought me to the LST.
What class does he run?
Sportsman.
So that wasn't the big race, though, right? What was the big class?
Champs. I don't remember what it was. A few different classes, but I don't know what champ classes they were.
All right, so Rowdy Romano, how's this? I think I might have asked you, but I cut you off there. How's this season been treating you so far? You haven't landed on the podium just yet. We're hoping to see you there before the season's out.
I got one fifth place finish, but just haven't got much luck. I got screwed over in the last few races. I'm hoping I can hopefully see a checkered flag this race, but I don't know.
What happened the last 2 races? Enlighten me.
I got turned 2 laps ago, and then last race someone didn't let off, drilled me in the bumper, and we both went along. So me and Dad been working this week, and we got fixed all up. So hopefully I can have a good day today.
All right. Sorry to hear that about your last 2 events. So how's you feeling in practice? You confident for a decent day?
Felt good the first practice, but I can't get the rev over $5,000, so something's wrong with the fuel filter and the motor or something.
Oh shoot! So you still got like lots of straightaway to go, but as soon as it hits $5,000, it like shuts down on you.
Yeah, it sputters at $5,000. It's the 3rd time it's happened, so hopefully you can figure it out before the heat.
All right, man. Hopefully you can. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, we're gonna kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. We got Mark Lucas and Kevin Sherman hanging out next to each other. You guys good buddies?
Oh yeah,
Why you park on opposite ends of the pits then?
I park where Vanessa tells me.
All right. This is Mark Lucas, by the way. I'm just giving them crap, but we're happy to see Mark Lucas back behind the wheel of the 21 Super Street. How did that situation come about, Mark?
Well, Tom asked me if I wanted to drive, and I said, well, I can wreck it as well as the next guy, so bring it down.
Who's Tom?
Tom Young, right behind you.
Tom Young, he's the car owner?
Yep.
So, Tom, has that car been driven by anybody else this season?
Nope, hasn't been on the track in 2 years.
Well, that's what I thought, but I had to check with you. So, what made you want to finally dig it out after 2 years?
Well, it was for sale, and then we just decided it's time to go play. Nobody wanted to buy it, so.
You got to prove its worthiness. You still got the for sale sign on it, so you can advertise it out there to the grandstand side?
Nope, no for sale sign no more.
All right, Mark Lucas, good luck today.
Thank you, sir.
See you, dude. Yeah, Kevin Sherman, one of the times, or a couple of the times in practice, you got very close to the wall. I was literally standing there, and rubber kicked up in me and my son's face. So did you scare yourself there on that one, or is you plan to do?
Well, it's not as aggressive for me. I hope that you guys didn't get anything in your eyes, but no, we've been tearing the car down and trying a bunch of setups. So we're just trying to find that speed that we're lacking. And, Luce is fast, but on the verge out of control. She wasn't completely out of control, but it was a little exciting.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see if that was your preferred racing line, or if you made yourself a little nervous a couple laps out there in practice.
Not nervous, but just trying to find that finesse, You want the pedal down or you're not going to win, so you got to try that. You got to try to let it hang as much as you can,
You making any progress? You guys getting that car faster, dialed in?
Well, practice is a lot different than any qualifier or any feature. You're running with all the other guys. It changes how you come in, how you come out. So, it's going good. Good lap times, steady car today. So we'll see what happens.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I see your buddy Ryan Ripley hanging out recently. Has he been kind of on the team all year, or is that just kind of a recent thing?
We picked him up towards the beginning of the year. He was, he had a lot of other cars he had been helping out, and we asked him to give us a hand because we were just close, but we're missing the mark, and he's been able to help. We found a lot of things. He's able to teach us a few things to check, which has been helpful. So we've had him for a while, and he's a good boy.
All right. So yeah, Ryan Ripley, but I mean, I don't want to single him out. Is there anybody else you want to thank for getting your car going good?
Well, we got the Norm's car, and it would be nice we put that thing on the podium today. So all the sponsorship, all the hard work, it would pay off. But we keep it in one piece, we'll still be happy.
How many podiums and trophies have you taken home this year?
Not enough. I'll tell you that, not enough. But the point standing's been staying close in fourth place. So the end of the year is approaching, and we're not in a bad spot. So hopefully we can progress and podium out.
Yeah, it's been a little while for a checkered flag for you, so hope to see that soon.
Well, it has, and we got 14 cars today, so it's great competition, and I'm not upset if I don't win because those guys are just great wheelmen. So I love the competition, and I love to run them hard, and it's a gamble when you're out there because hopefully you got your car right and you're passing. So.
All right, Kevin Sherman, always enjoy talking to you. Have fun today.
Thank you very much, Nick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to Wiscasset Speedway on this beautiful Saturday afternoon in Mid-Coast, Maine. And we have got a stacked program for you today with the Group 1 divisions, all 5 of them in action with the Pro Stocks, Super Streets, 4-cylinder Pros, the Thunder 4 Minis, and the 207 Crate Modifieds. And we got a couple special guests in the house. The Star Tour, the Senior Tour Auto Racers are pitted in the infield, and got a couple divisions of those. And as you see, the winged monsters of the 350 Smack Super Modifieds are in the house, and they are being pushed out to get ready for time trials, which will be happening right after our Thunder 4 Mini heat race. So a little bit uncustomary open to the show today, but we appreciate all you guys being here with us. And we're locked and loaded for a great program here for you today. And appreciate all you guys getting the notice to show up a couple hours early for today's show, as this is week 17 of the 2025 season. And nice that we've kind of gotten into a good groove and got a good bunch of momentum here through the center part of the season. As you see, we got a good stack of super modifieds that are in the house. They're actually going to be doing time trials instead of heat races to set their lineup. And here comes the Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang Pace Car rolling out our first heat race of the afternoon. It'll be for the Kennebec Equipment Rental Thunder 4 Minis. They will open up the show. We do want to mention today's race program is brought to you by our friends at the Hometown Foundation, getting ready for the Dream Ride happening later on this month. And they are accompanied by the Best Buddies of Maine. Best Buddies program is a nonprofit dedicated to creating opportunities for one-to-one friendships and integrated employment, leadership development, and inclusive living for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We have a group of Best Buddies here in the house today from Morse High School and Thornton Academy. And you can find out more anyone walking around with a Best Buddies shirt, or go to bestbuddies.org to find your local chapter. We appreciate having them in the house, and they're going to participate in some of our trophy giveaways this afternoon. As we get the modifieds in place for their time trials, we'll let you know who's here in this heat race for the Thunder 4 Minis. We've got Pete McCollett, or actually no, Mike Landry is driving the number, Mike Landry behind the wheel of the number 89 today. And then we've got Alec Brown in the number 39. Number 25 is Carson Bellows. To his outside, Kyle Willett in the 08, and Zach Audette in that familiar bright yellow number 19. They're crossed up and ready to go. Just got to get those last 3 cars a little tighter to the wall there in the infield. And nope, Sturge says we're going to go racing. Lights are off. 8-lap heat race for the Thunder 4s to go with their 20-lap feature this afternoon. And as always, at Heat Race time, and my pleasure to turn things over to my partner in crime, Nick Huff, to call your Heat Race action.
What a beautiful afternoon we have for racing. Lights are out on the Norm's Used Cars Pace Car Ford Mustang, and we are going Saturday evening short track racing at Maine's biggest and fastest. Here we come at Wiscasset Speedway. And I just interviewed Alec Brown before the races, and he was feeling hopeful for today, but off to a slow start, didn't get up to pace as quickly as Mike Landry, and he almost falls back to last. Now he's battling back into podium contention with newcomer in the 25, Carson Bellows. First time racing at Wiscasset Speedway in that 25 car. Glad to have a new face and a new number in the Thunder 4 class. Kyle Willett in the 08 takes command from Mike Landry. Alec Brown is up to speed now and carrying some momentum in the high groove with Zach Audette trying to capitalize, and he's going to do it. Alec Brown did not get through turns 1 and 2 very well. He'll try to get back down to the bottom, and Zach Audette's going to cross over to the top. Kyle Willett putting some distance between them as Mike Landry gets overcome by Zach Audette now for second place. 4 laps complete this time and 4 to go. Halfway flags are up. Audette dirt tracking it through turns 1 and 2. I believe he was probably racing on the dirt track of Unity Raceway last night, as he does every Friday throughout the summer. So probably a tough transition once in a while to go from dirt one night and asphalt the next night. Newcomer Carson Bellows duking it out at the tail with Alec Brown, as Kyle Willett sees the 2 to go flags. It has pretty much been the Kyle Willett versus Zach Audette show for the Thunder 4s this season. Audette is slightly faster and closing the margin, but only 1 lap to go. Will he get there? Kyle Willett, Zach Audette, Mike Landry in the Pete McCall number 89 ride. And checkered flag is out. Audette gets to the back bumper, but not quite enough. It's going to go to the 08 of Kyle Willett. Great race for 4th. Glad to see that Carson Bellows was hanging tight with the rest of the pack. First time ever racing at Maine's biggest and fastest in that 25 car.
All right, this guy comes into the weekend as a 2-time feature winner, coming in 4th in points in this division. He's a 2-time Outlaw Mini champion here at Wiscasset, and the number 08 out of Winslow. Kyle Willett is your heat winner. All right, folks. Let's jump right to the infield now and get ready for one of our special guests today. It is the 350 Smack Super Modifieds. They haven't been here in a couple years. Actually, were scheduled to be here last year. They got rained out. They were scheduled to be here back in May. They got rained out. But we found a date that worked well for them and for us. And here they are today on this beautiful afternoon. And counting them up, and I don't know if they're missing a couple, but we'll find out in just a moment. But it is my pleasure once again. It's been a couple years since we've seen this cat in the house, but want to welcome back the voice of Smack, Mr. Artie Russo.
Thank you very much, Ken. Pleasure to be back here. Can't thank the owners and entire staff here at the Wiscasset Speedway. We had a little miscommunication there coming out of the pit area, trying to get our cars lined up. Sometimes they aren't always ready in the right order in the pit area and trying to come across before that 4-cylinder qualifying event. But no, great to be back here again. We've got a great field of cars tonight, a lot of fast guys earlier in warm-ups and stuff, so there should be some great side-by-side racing here. We got a great tight points battle going on. George Hellawell is a back-to-back feature winner in the 07, so he's going to be one to keep his eye on, but there's still plenty of other guys that can win here this evening. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody here. I'd like to thank Johnny Burke for putting this deal together a few years back, the 350 Super Modified Atlantic Charter, and we've got some great talented drivers and some great old cars and some brand new cars, so it's going to be interesting to see who falls off, who doesn't fall off, and who saves a little bit. We're going 45 laps later on after time trials. These guys are getting lined up right now. Again, a little bit of miscommunication. So they are talking, the officials are talking with the push trucks down in the infield. And like I said, beautiful, sunny Saturday afternoon, Ken. Great to be here with everybody, and looking forward to having a great time here tonight. Put on a good show for you folks. Like I said, once again, 45 laps is our main event. Coming up 2 weeks from tonight will be our next show out at the Monadnock Speedway. And that will slowly bring a close to a great season. We had a couple of rainouts this year that kind of hampered on a little bit of close racing and some tight points and stuff. But as the summer ends and kids start to go back to school, still plenty of racing left on local tracks and our visiting tracks. I've just been told the best 350 SMAC Tour lap here at the Wiscasset Speedway is by Brad Babb. He is in the house tonight, number 41, the Robert Babb logging 41 machine, 13.182 back in 2023. So the track crew getting the last couple of cars here pushed into the infield. Also, we'd like to thank our major sponsors, Swissit Tool out of Tilton, New Hampshire, also the O'Reilly Auto Parts of New Hampshire and Race Fuels of New England are three of our major sponsors. Also Motivated Creations out of upstate New York. Great dealings with a lot of great companies for the last 5 or 6 years with this division. On the front row down there, slated to go out first, looks like the number 19 of Ben Tinker. Tinker out of New Gloucester, Maine. Push truck is lined up for all you fans and close friends of Tinker. He's had an up and down season this year, but showed some strength in practice early on, so it'll be interesting to see if they can get him going and if he can start towards the front of the field. Always a plus the further you get to the front with these cars, because sometimes they do get into a rhythm and they do green to checkered, so it's kind of tough when you're starting 10th or 12th to try to make a pass on these rockets. Once again, infield shuffling a few cars around. Tinker is ready. Push truck's just about ready to take him away. Kind of dragging this thing out. I don't know what the heck they're doing down there. The anticipation grows up here in the tower also, as a little bit of radio miscommunication earlier with the infield guys. Dave Hellwell sends them off the speedway. And for the first lap in time trials, once again, the number 19 of Ben Tinker. Tinker will throw it into turn number 3, slides just a little bit off of 4 down the front straightaway. First lap on the board for Ben Tinker, 13.910. 13.910. Lap number 2 for Tinker. He's across the stripe. He'll send it this time a little bit quicker, 13.735. 13.735. Not a bad run for Ben Tinker. Next up, the number 44 for Machine. Driving that car today, Rusty Poland out of Naples, Maine. Give him a round of applause. Rusty Poland, no stranger to the Wiscasset Speedway. Rusty Poland dances down into turn number 1. He's on the clock down the back straightaway. He showed some great speed earlier this afternoon here. He is on the throttle hard this lap down the front straightaway. Rusty Poland, first lap, 13.545. 13.545 for Poland. Second quack lap might be a little quicker. 13.275. That's quick time. 13.275 for Rusty Poland. He knows how to get around here. Former 350 Smack Tour Super Modified champion, the F80 out of Seabrook, New Hampshire for Scott Watts. Scott Watts in the F80. Watts on the clock down the back straightaway. Pay attention, folks, as he comes down the front straightaway. He's driving with one hand only. Watch the hand. Watts' first lap will be a 13.543. 13.543 for Watts. He'll dance number 4 for lap number 2. This time by, and he'll pick it up just a little bit. 13.457. 13.457. Next onto the speedway out of Hooksett, New Hampshire, driver of the 01 will be Matt Riley. Matt Riley on the speedway for 2. Riley bobbles just a little bit in the center of 1 and 2. He'll slide it down the back straightaway. Right on the bottom in 3. Bring it up just a touch off turn number 4. 13.806. 13.806 for Riley. He's going to have to pick it up a little bit on this lap. He'll slide it off way up top turn number 4. 13.483. Great lap. 13.483 for Riley on his second lap. So he picked up quite a bit right there. Next on the clock will be the 07. He is your 2-time feature winner here in the 07, George Helwell. Helwell out of Pelham, New Hampshire, trying to clean the tires up. He's on the clock for the first of 2. Helwell, extremely quick in practice early on. Made a few changes. See what he can do on lap number 1. Helwell with a 13.493. 13.493. Let's see if he can pick it up this time. He'll dance it through 3. Off turn number 4. Helwell will complete lap number 2. 13.507. A little bit slower. 13.507 for George Helwell. Next onto the speedway, all the way up from Windham, Maine, but it's not that far for those of you that know this cat. He's been in racing his family his whole career. Driver of the number 13. How about a round of applause for Bobby Timmons III? BT3 will drive it into turn number 1. He'll come off turn number 2. Dad and granddad, everybody's raced in this family, and they're all winners. 13.726. 13.726. He won here 2 years ago in the 13. Come on, Timmons. He'll bring it off turn number 4 for lap number 2. 13.492, so he'll pick it up. 13.492 for BT3. Great run by these guys on their second lap. Next driver was a rookie just a few years ago, has come a long way and a long way from his hometown of Charlotte, North Carolina. Driver the number 27 for Robbie Gordon Douglas. Robbie Douglas in the number 27. Douglas, one of our young guns here in the Smack Tour. He'll bring it down the front straightaway and complete lap number 13.736. 13.736. He's going to have to pick it up. A little bobble there between three. Wide open off turn number 4. 13.502, so he'll pick up a few. 13.502 for Robbie Gordon Douglas. Great friend, longtime competitor, many feature wins in the Super Modifieds, big blocks and small blocks. One of our main sponsors from Swissit Tool out of Tilton, New Hampshire. Driver of the number 69, let's give it up for Super Dave Sanborn. Sanborn in the number 69. He'll bring it down the back straightaway off turn number 4 this time to complete lap number 1. Sanborn with a 13.876. 13.876 for lap number 1. He's going to be looking for a little bit more this time. See if he can pick it up here on lap number 2. 13.643 he does. 13.643 for Dave Sanborn. Next on to the Speedway. Never behind the wheel of a 350 Super Modified until last month at the Claremont Motorsports Park, the Claremont Speedway up there this week. Once again, driving the number 83 out of Claremont. Give it up for Hayden Grenier. Hayden Grenier in the number 83. And if anybody can get it done, this kid knows how to find some speed. Grenier a little off in turn number 3. He'll bring it down the front straightaway to complete lap number 1. 14.257. 14.257 doesn't sound too good in the number 83. Grenier one more time at the stripe. 14.066. 14.066. So something definitely wrong on the number 83. Next up, quick time from 2 years ago. Once again, he's a Maine native. He's one of the locals. Driver of car number 41 out of Windham, Maine. Give it up for Brad Babb. Babb in the number 41. Babb on the clock for the first of 2. He'll slide it through turn number 3. Hammer it off turn number 4. First lap for Brad Babb. 13.555. 13.555. Babb on the throttle right now. He's got a good lap going. Let's see if he can pick up the quick time. Lap number 2, 13.513. A little bit quicker. 13.513 for Brad Babb. Not a bad lap right there, folks. Not too bad at all. Long-time 350 Super Modified competitor driving car number 12 out of Danville, New Hampshire. It's John Leonard. Leonard in the number 12. He'll go on the clock for the first of 2. Leonard hard into turn number 3. He'll come down to complete lap number 1. Leonard at the stripe, 14.337. He's going to have to pick it up just a little bit more. 14.337 for lap number 1. Here comes Leonard to complete lap number 2 at the stripe. 13.809, so he does. 13.809 for John Leonard. He does give up just about a half a second. A little more than a half a second on that one. Great run for that guy. Next on to the Speedway, one of the most beautiful looking Super Modifieds in the pit area. Lap number 1, for this guy out of Rochester, New Hampshire. He's been driving for a long time. He's a KGO veteran. Driver of the number 61 from Mike Sperling on the clock. Lap number 1 out of turn number 4. This time around, Mike Sperling will knock it off 14.671. 14.671 for Sperling. He's going to have to dig deep on this lap to see if he can get into the top 10. Sperling, 14.395. 14.395. So he does pick it up, but not quite enough. Next on to the Speedway, former track champion in the number 91. This guy knows how to get it done. Matt Seavey out of Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Seavey in the number 91. He's on the clock for lap number 1. In turn number 3, hard on the throttle off turn number 4. He's on it this lap. Let's see what we got. 13.720. 13.720. He's going to go for it on lap number 2. Let's see if he can pick it up 3/10 and put it in the show. 13.348. 13.348. What a great run right there for Matt Seavey. $13.348. Second fastest behind the number 44 of Poland. Next on to the Speedway, Craig Hiroth. Craig Hiroth out of Fort Plains, New York, driving the car number 4. He's on the clock for the first of 2. $13.988. Craig Hiroth, 13.988. A little bit wobbly down the back straightaway that lap. He'll try to pick it up this time by. Second lap will be a 13.655. 13.655. So once again, these guys are picking up almost half a second, at least 3 to 4 tenths each lap on their second lap. Next on to the Speedway will be the number 9 car for the first of 2 laps out of Trumbull, Connecticut. Driver of the number 9 for Paul Buzzell. Buzzell down the back straightaway on lap number 1. Paul Buzzell at the stripe, this time by 13.991. 13.991 for the number 9. Lap number 2 this time. Let's see if he can pick it up just a little bit more. And he does. 13.710. 13.710 for Paul Buzzell. Next on to the Speedway will be the number 29 car. Ladies and gentlemen, the final practice, this car broke a left front tie rod and got a flat tire, almost put it in the wall. The crew's been down there. They got it back together. This kid has been had an up and down year all summer long. Many feature wins in the Legend Car Series out of Northwood, New Hampshire on lap number 1. Give it up for the number 29 of Justin Harris. Harris in the number 29. 14.075. 14.075. Yep. Lap number 2, a little bit quicker. 13.727. 13.727. And Harris has won here a number of times in the Dwarf Car League when they come here with their action-packed gang. Always a good time watching those guys put on a show. And the 07 gets fired off, but he's already gone. That will conclude as the push trucks make their way back, the four-wheelers make their way back, folks. And we really appreciate your time. We're going to go back down and make some quick changes and get everything ready for our 45-lap main event. We can't wait, and I hope you guys don't go too far. Get up, stretch your legs, but a lot of action still to come here at the Wiscasset Speedway. Ken, full show tonight. Can't wait to watch.
We have got a full plate. Thank you very much, Artie. We'll get you back here in a little bit as the 350 Smack Super Modifieds will be our feature, our spotlight feature today coming out of Intermission. Our other guests today, the Senior Tour Auto Racers. We got new Modifieds. We're going to roll back the clock and run some old Modifieds. And yeah, I'm going to pick on it for just a moment. We're calling this the Bobby Timmons Invitational today because he loves himself some vintage Modifieds. If you're a regular listener of the Black Flag podcast.
Yeah, that's right, Ken. I was looking for the Bobby Timmons Invitational today for sure.
Senior Tour Auto Racers will run 8-lap heats to go at 20-lap features this afternoon. This is the modified class. We've also got their Sportsman Division in the house a little bit later on here in the program. These guys actually double duty this weekend. They're not only running today, but they'll be here tomorrow as part of Summerfest. We'll be filling in on that as the day goes on, but the Maine Vintage Race Car Association hosting Summerfest here at Wiscasset Speedway tomorrow over on the pit side. And these guys will be running an exhibition race tomorrow as well. We got Dwight Picard in the 16, Bob Guyon in the 7X, Skip Swaintek in the 70, Dennis DeSaltis in the number 2, Mark Parmentier in the 00, James Young in the 44. I think there's one out there that might not have a transponder, but we'll fill them in as we go. This is all about fun. Here we go.
Looks like that 44 might be James Allen, all the way from Massachusetts. Happy to have these guys making the long haul to Maine's biggest and fastest track from out of state. Not all of them are from out of state, though, but that is where the Star Tour's home base is. Us Mainers, we all know the Wicked Good Tour that's home base is in Maine, and the Star Tour originates out of Massachusetts. Dwight Picard holding off Skip Swaintek for the top 2 spots at the moment. And the 7 is Bob Guyon. Not too far out of sight, still within the top 3 hunt. And side by side for 4th and 5th as the 44 of James Allen makes the pass for 4th place. The 00 of Mark Parmentier out of Connecticut makes up your top 5 as they just took the halfway flags. Now we have 3 laps to go. We're side by side up front. Here comes the 70 of Skip Swaintek, pushing cushion up in the top groove with 2 to go. And it's close. They're almost rubbing tires up there. Two laps to go. Swaintek takes command. Picard back to 2nd. Coming to the white flag. We're also side by side for 3rd place. James Young. James Allen, that is, in the 44, makes the pass for 3rd, down to the wire. Bob Guyon in the 7 falls back to 4th, and we're looking at the checkered flag. All right. Senior Tour Auto Racers, Modified Division, is their first of 2 divisions here today for the Star Tour. The Modifieds wrap up their qualifier.
Yeah, Skip Swaintek takes the checkered, and you mentioned the name Bob Guyon, and I look back through my records. That might be a familiar name to folks that have been around Wiscasset Speedway from, back in the day, but Bob Guyon, a 13-time feature winner here at Wiscasset in street stock competition back in the late 70s and early 80s. And a few vintage mod wins here in his day as well, and he loves this racetrack. Norm's Used Cars, Ford Mustang pace car picking up the next class. It is the Goslin Insurance Super Streets. They're coming off their 100-lapper a couple of weeks ago. And this will be, Bill's taken off without any cars behind him. Bill Pierce filling in for Barry Morris today and behind the wheel of the pace car. Bill was our regular pace car driver a few years back. And here comes the Super Streets, first of two. These guys will be lining up via their handicap, which is based on their points on the last 4 races. So that race 2 weeks ago, the 100-lapper, was a non-point race, so it does not factor into their handicap. Those extended lap open comp races pay out 20 blanket points for all participants. So again, that does not factor into their weekly handicap lineup system, which again is just their points over the last 4 races. They do get penalized if they miss a race or suffer an infraction in post-race tech inspection. Lineup for this one has Caleb Emerson Maines in the 9, Josh Hall in the 117, Mad Dog Matty Herrick in the number 95, Andy Caherl in the 19, Kevin Sherman in the 11, Jack McKe making his debut in the number 28, and Sean Johnson in the number 35. Ready to rock and roll in heat number 1. This will fill the front half of the field for their 30-lapper tonight.
Goslin Insurance Super Streets coming at ya. Caleb Emerson Maines in the 9, Josh Hall in the 117, Sean Johnson in the 35. The top 3 putting a couple car lengths on the rest of the pack right off the bat. And Josh Hall gets shuffled out of line. Oh, he's going to lose another one here to Andy Caherl in the 19. And Kevin Sherman in the 11 is going to also finish the pass. Here comes Mad Dog Matty Herrick to crack the top 5, and Josh Hall is going to settle into 6th position. Caleb Emerson Maines and Sean Johnson, your top 2 separated by a car length. Andy Caherl having a great run in the 19. He has struggled all year with technical difficulties and hasn't finished the majority of his events. So we are certainly rooting for Andy Caherl to finally work out all of the gremlins this season and have a solid finish in the feature. 5 down, 5 to go. Caleb Emerson Maines continues to keep Sean Johnson at bay by a car length or 2 the entire distance so far. 4 laps to go this time. Andy Caherl gets a little sideways going into turn 1. Loses that cushion on Kevin Sherman. The 11 is getting it a little bit tighter there for 3rd. Kevin Sherman all over the back bumper now of the 19. He's going to go to the top side and stick a nose out there into turn 3 with 2 laps to go for Caleb Emerson Maines. Kevin Sherman unable to make progress in the second groove. He settles it back in line and picks up the draft behind Andy Caherl once again. White flag is out for the 9 of Caleb Emerson Maines. Sean Johnson closes it in. He's the closest he's been all race. He did close it up to half a car length there in the final lap, but he's not going to be able to make this pass. Checkered flag is out. And Sherman sideways across the line in the 11, gave it all he had going into 1. Settles for 4th. Matty Herrick finishes out your top 5 in the first of 2 Super Street qualifiers.
Hey, this guy's got himself a career win in the Strictly Streets, but this is his first checkered flag here in the Super Street competition. In the number 9 out of Richmond, nice round of applause for Caleb Emerson Maines. He will start at the pole position for their 30-lap regular distance feature race this evening. Low handicap drivers in heat number 1. Here come the high handicap drivers, including the top 3 from the most recent race, most recent point race, which was 4 weeks ago. And a couple more drivers making their debut here on week 17. This will set the back half of the feature lineup. This one has David Greenleaf, goes by the code name Speedleaf in car number 58. To his outside, the reigning Super Street champion, Richard Bubba Pelton in the number 27. Dan McKe Jr. in the 43, he's a 2-time winner. To his outside in the 54 is your point leader coming into the weekend. That is Noah Haggett. Former champion James Osmond coming out of semi-retirement in the 05 to make his debut. To his outside, 3-time champion Mark Lucas in car number 21. And Dan Nesmith giving up his starting spot to drop to the tail of the field in the number 48.
Goslin Insurance Super Streets, heat number coming at you. David Greenleaf and Bubba Pelton. Top 5, keep it nice and tight. Evidently some issues with Dan Nesmith. As Ken mentioned, he gave up his front-running starting spot. And Mark Lucas shaking her down in the 21 for the first time this season. Bubba Pelton not having much luck in the second groove right off the bat. Greenleaf and McKe shake off his charge. Osmond in the 05, Noah Haggett in the 54. And Pelton settles it into 5th there. Didn't have much luck up in the second groove for the 27. Mark Lucas in the 21. Evidently not too satisfied with the car, or maybe he's overly satisfied with the car. He's going to save it for the feature. First time here this season. First time that car has seen a racetrack for over 2 years, they said. David Greenleaf still in command, but Dan McKe Jr. is all over that back bumper, right up tight, and the 43 puts it to the outside going into turn 3. Halfway flags are out. Dan McKe Jr. not having much luck out there. As well as Brett Osmond. He moved up hoping to follow McKe, it looked like, and Noah Haggett fills the inside of him. Noah Haggett cracks the top 3. And now McKe might be out there for good, because Haggett is right there to fill the inside if McKe can't make any progress in the top line. Oh, Haggett is definitely in there now. If McKe was having any second thoughts about going to the top, he's fully committed now. Haggett is knocking on the door, and we got 2 laps to go. David Greenleaf gets sideways in 1. Oh, man, we got a barn burner. Haggett stuck a nose in there, just flirting with a 3-wide situation, but Greenleaf slams the door, and we got 1 to go. Haggett is there. Right up tight. He wants to go 3 wide, but he's boxed in. Unfortunately, checkered flag is waving. It's Greenleaf. And they slammed coming out of 4 for 2nd and 3rd place. Noah Haggett did hold off Dan McKe Jr. Haggett took 2nd, McKe Jr. took 3rd. And they were rubbing out of turn 4 for an exciting 2nd place finish.
Yeah, this guy comes into the weekend 3rd in points, and he was the opening day winner here at Wiscasset Speedway. Also, he was our June driver of the month here at this track. And the number 58 out of Woolwich, give it up for David Greenleaf. Dave actually runs Modifies on Group 2 weeks as well, so he's a regular weekly competitor here at Wiscasset Speedway and has been a winner in both classes.
Hey Ken, you know how his Modified has leaves all over it?
Yes.
But his last name is Greenleaf, and they're not green leaves. Well, I was finally informed by the crew that they think green is an unlucky color, so they didn't go with green leaves, but they did half of the last name.
There's some drivers that laugh in the face of that superstition. One of them drives a green super modified. So, all right, we're bringing out first of 2 heat races for the Brackets Market 4-cylinder pros. For you folks from away, this you may know these as Allison Legacy cars. They debuted here at Wiscasset Speedway many years ago, actually back in 2003. And then came back here at Wiscasset back in 2013. We've made some adjustments to these cars on the rules to be more specific to this track, safety and performance. So no longer allowed to call them Allison Legacy cars, so we call them 4-cylinder Pro Stocks. 12 cars, so that means 2 heat races for them this afternoon. Pair of 8-lap heat races. Lined up for this one has Rowdy Romano in the number 78. Jay Plummer outside in the 45. Brody Picard back in action in the 99. He missed the last race. To his outside, Taylor Lane in the 70. Then Dylan Anderson is in the number 81, and Emmett Walker will take position the inside of row number 3, and we're ready to rock and roll here with the first of 2 heat races. 8 laps will set the front half of the field for their feature race this afternoon. Their feature will be a 25-lapper. A lot of talented rookies in this class, Nick.
Yes, sir. And it was a bit of a rough one 2 weeks ago. You can see the 20 is all patched up on the front. He did hit the wall, and I thought maybe he bent the chassis, but I'm glad to see the 20 of Emmett Walker is back out here. We got another strong 12-car 2-heat race field tonight for a class that is only able to race at Wiscasset Speedway for the state of Maine, probably for New England as far as I know. We're happy to keep this class growing. And I had a pre-race interview with the 78 of Rowdy Romano. And wishing him some luck tonight. He has still yet to take home a piece of hardware this season in his rookie season, and so happy to see him leading some laps right now and holding them off by a car length or 2 right now. Rowdy Romano looking stout. Jay Plummer in the 45. Here comes Taylor Lane in the 70. Brody Picard wants a piece of the action in the 99. We are just about nose to tail for the top 4 there. Look at that. Romano still holding him off at halfway. We got 4 laps to go. Taylor Lane gets a nose underneath Plummer. Plummer did leave the door open in turn 1, but cleared coming out of 2 once again. Oh, he gets a little sideways there. Plummer pulls out of line. Jay Plummer struggled in turn 3 and loses 2 spots. Taylor Lane and Brody Picard capitalize. But Rowdy Romano continues to lead with 2 to go this time. Taylor Lane closing the gap. Rowdy Romano might have some competition here for the final circuit. Taylor Lane is reeling him in, as well as Brody Picard. Don't count him out. He's looking to the top side. White flag waves. 1 to go, and we're bumper to bumper. Taylor Lane may have touched the rear bumper of Romano right in between turns 1 and 2. But Romano extends that cushion for the final 2 corners, and he wins it. Nice job to Rowdy Romano for the first of 2 Pro 4 qualifiers. And I'm not the stats guy as much as Ken is, so he'll fill us in, but I believe that might be his first checkered flag that he gets to hold at Wiscasset Speedway. Rowdy Romano in the 78.
Yeah, we love first-time winners, even if it's a heat win. So give this kid a nice round of applause. And the number 78 from Livermore Falls, Rowdy Romano is your heat winner. Making Dad proud. He's got his car done up just like his dad, Brady Romano, who drives in the Strictly Street division. And Rowdy was one of the young drivers who graduated up from LST Motorsports Park up in Richmond, racing go-karts last year. They said we got a lot of talented young drivers in this division. And another batch of them coming out here for heat number 2. This will set the back half of the field for their 25-lap feature. So we've got a couple first-time heat winners this afternoon. We like that. Lineup for this one has Chastity Shorty in car number 19. Chastity is a 2-time feature winner this year. To her outside, and the number 8 is Adam Taylor. Adam, a feature winner. Darren Miranda, the newest driver in this division, is in car number 13 out of Etna. Max Parlin in the 26. He is outside of row 2. Jacoby Thacker out of Winthrop in the 51. And your point leader and most recent winner in the number 88 is Jackson Moorside.
And these 4-cylinder pros are brought to you by Brackets Market in downtown Bath. We're happy to have Brackets Market be a continued supporter of this division. We're going green. Like Ken mentioned, a couple of feature winners this season on the front row. Chastity and Adam Taylor. As Chastity clears, Taylor settles into second, and we're still door handle to door handle for third place. Darren Miranda, only about his third Pro 4 race, or third race period at Wiscasset Speedway in that 13 car. He clears for third. Max Parlin in the 26 is going to lose another spot here to Jacoby Thacker. And the most recent winner in the 88, Jackson Moorside, is just barking at the bit, waiting to get unboxed. Jacoby leaves the door open, and Jackson stuck a nose in there, but Jacoby tried to come down. Luckily, nobody spins out, but Jacoby got in the dirt and loses the spots. Yeah, great save by Jacoby Thacker in the 51 to keep this race going. We're past halfway, and the battle resumes with Max Parlin and Jackson Moorside for 4th and 5th. Chastity Shorty cleared Adam Taylor right off the bat at the drop of the green, but Taylor has been keeping her honest, keeping that cushion to less than 2 or 3 car lengths. Two laps to go for qualifier number 2 in the Pro 4 division, brought to you by Brackets Market. Chastity Shorty trying to lead it wire to wire with the white flag in hand. Jackson Moorside gets underneath the 26, under the white flag, looking to make a last lap pass here for fourth. Let's put that 88 up to fourth, going into 3. And Chastity has the finger waving out the window for the heat race. Checker flag. Chastity Shorty in the 19, Adam Taylor in the 8, and the rookie in only his 3rd race at Wiscasset Speedway. It's Darren Miranda in the 13.
Yeah, this girl has been trying to turn around a recent string of tough luck, and this is a good way to start. She was our opening day winner, a couple times the feature winner, and comes into the weekend 2nd in points. In the number 19 out of Winslow, that is Chastity Shorty. Folks, today's race program is brought to you by our friends at the Hometown Foundation, part of the Bazzuto's company. We've had a long-standing relationship with us here at Wiscasset Speedway, getting ready for the Dream Ride, a great big car show and road rally coming up August 22nd through the 24th down in Farmington, Connecticut. And this year, partnering with Best Buddies. They've worked with Special Olympics in the past, but this year partnering with Best Buddies. And great to have them here with us today once again. These are the Star Tour Sportsman Division. We've got Jamie Falcone in the 10, Skip Stearns in the 1, Tony Mendoza in the 38, Scott Clementi is in the 9, Charlie Lima in the 2X, Chris Jarrett in the 19, and Mike Kugler in the number 7. And they will go 8 laps for their qualifier and go with a 20-lap feature later on this afternoon.
Senior Tour Auto Racers. Sportsman Division. 8 laps the distance. The Norms Used Cars Ford Mustang pulls off. It's Jamie Falcone in the 10. Jamie Falcone, another long traveler from Southborough, Massachusetts. And here comes the 3B of Tony Mendoza out of Taunton, Massachusetts. Up to 3rd is the 2X, Charlie Lima. He's out of New Bedford, Massachusetts. We've got an all Massachusetts top 3 right now. Side by side for the top spot. Jamie Falcone not giving up easy. Tony Mendoza did lead at the line that last time, but Falcone is certainly still there to his bottom. Tire to tire for the lead. What a great race up front. Jamie Falcone on the inside. Oh, we got a little trouble. Tony Mendoza loses some ground going into 3. The 3B loses ground on Falcone. And he might lose another to Charlie Lima in the 2X. He's closing in quick on the 3B. How about that 7, Mike Kugler. And the 19 of Chris Jarrett back to the inside of Mike Kugler for 4th. 4th and 5th place, side by side, coming to the white flag. Oh, we're sideways for 2nd place. Down to the infield grass. Tony Mendoza almost spins her around, but saves it and keeps this race going green. We're coming to the checkered flag. One car is possibly going to go a lap down here. Checkered flag flies. Jamie Falcone takes it And Mike Kugler with a last lap pass thanks to some lap traffic playing in his favor out of the final corner. He'll move up into runner-up position down to the wire. Senior Tour Auto Racers, also known as Star, the sportsman class in the Bobby Timmons Invitational Qualifier. That's going to do it for the Star Tour heat races.
This guy wants a photo, though. We got to have that. And Jason Dickey running down there to give him the checkered flag. And be sure to go to our website, WisconsinSpeedway.com, and click on the photo link. And there you can get to Jason Dickey's website with all the photos of the action here at Wisconsin Speedway. Hundreds, if not thousands of photos every weekend of all the action here at Maine's biggest and fastest. Yes, sir. I'll take that to go.
Get after it, bub. Hey, I just wanted to specify Jason Dickey there. I think a lot of people commonly spell Jason J-A-S-O-N, but I wanted to clarify that our Jason is J-A-S-E-N if you're ever looking for him on Facebook.
Yeah, appreciate all the great work he does. Hey, let's go modified racing. This is our newest division here at Wisconsin Speedway. And it's off to a good start as we've got 10 cars in the paddock today with the Davis Erector Group 207 crate modifieds. We'll specify what the crate modified part of that means, but we're going to go racing here with Doug Phillips in the number 8 out of Phillips, Ethan Guptill out of Peru in the number 14, Ryan Neal out of Wiscasset in the 26, Billy Dixon out of North Waterboro in the number 33. And all of a sudden, Doug Phillips bails out as we were going to cross over and go racing. So that's going to scramble the whole lineup. I think we might have to re-rack them. Usually when a guy wants to drop out of line, he pulls up and lets everyone pass him by. I guess Doug made the decision at the last moment. So bear with us as we reset the lineup. We do have Alan Moeller in car number 60. Bubba Pelton is in the 27, racing double duty. Your point leader is Ryan Phillips in the number 89. John Rickey, your most recent winner, is in car number 4. He's a two-time winner this year. Judd Derbyshire in the number 22. Richard Jordan is in the number 68. And as I said, Doug Phillips dropping on the tail end of the field.
All right, they are double file in the proper order now, and we're going green this time. Ethan Guptill in the 14. Ryan Neal to his top side. 207 Crate Mods, brought to you by Davis Erector Group. And a nice start by Ryan Neal. He clears in the middle of 1 and 2, and the 26 takes command all by himself. Alan Moeller also makes the pass in the 60 up to second. Side by side for third. Here comes the 89. Ryan Phillips has got a huge collection of second place feature trophies this season, but yet to see the checkered flag. Oh, there might have been some contact there with Ryan Neal and Alan Moeller. As Ryan was kind of in the middle of the track, Alan Moeller thought the inside was open. Ryan Neal is committed to the outside now, but we've got a spin on the front side. And wow, a great race was certainly shaping up. They were getting bunched up tight, but the 22 brings out a yellow. Judd Derbyshire in the 22. Hey Ken, I wanted to ask you if you recognize that name, Judd Derbyshire, if he had any history at Wiscasset, because he certainly did at Unity Raceway. So hearing that name, definitely brings back some childhood memories of his old pro stock days.
Yeah, his only experience here at Wiscasset is just running with the Wicked Good Vintage Racers from time to time. And he and Sid Smith sharing driving duties in this number 22. So, but not as a regular racer here at Wiscasset.
Yeah, I didn't know if he ventured around back and forth from Unity to Wiscasset, but I guess he had quite the stellar career at Unity, always running in the pro stock classes when I was growing up against my dad.
Yeah, I did want to specify, too, on the crate modified part of this thing, 207 just being the main zip code, but area code, but these guys have a choice. They can either run a 602 crate motor with a 4-barrel carburetor, or they can run a 604 crate motor with a 2-barrel carburetor. So there's kind of advantages to either one, but the choice is up to the driver, and I think they've done a great job putting the rules package together for this on the first season, and we're expecting this car count to grow as we move forward.
7 laps to go. We're looking for the green once again. Can Ryan Neal get as good of a start? No, he doesn't. Ryan Neal sleeping on that start. Moeller and Pelton and Ricky all clear. Ryan Neal. Tough break for the 26. He loses 3 spots right off the bat. Alan Moeller leads him. John Ricky, the most feature wins this season and the points leader, makes it home on the top side and picks off Pelton and Moeller in a hurry. We're halfway, 5 laps to go, and John Ricky takes command, leaving them to run side by side for second now. Alan Moeller and Bubba Pelton for second place. Bubba Pelton clears. Alan Moeller back to third. Ryan Phillips takes fourth away from Ryan Neal. And Phillips is not done on the top side yet. He gets to the top of Alan Moeller. Tire to tire for third place. Ryan Phillips with the advantage in the 89, and we've got 2 to go for John Ricky. Ryan Phillips clears for third. We've still got a barn burner for 5th place. Ryan Neal and Ethan Guptill with 1 to go. The top 4 are all settled out, but 5th place is still side by side. Guptill with the advantage going into 3. Checkered flag flies for John Ricky. Ethan Guptill cracks the top 5 on the final circuit to put that number 14 into 5th for the one and only qualifier in the 207 crate mods.
Yeah, top 3 in this qualifier are all in the top 3 in the last feature, so they're going to have to start at the back of the pack on this feature later on this evening. But this kid is already a 3-time feature winner this year, and he closed up the point lead to Ryan Phillips by just 2 points now. In the number 4 out of Westbrook, that is John Ricky. Phillips came into the weekend with a 6-point lead over John Ricky, but the youngsters got some momentum, and Phillips will hold just a 2-point lead going into the feature later on this afternoon. Time to go up to the top shelf of group number 1. It's the Norm's Used Cars Pro Stocks. This will be the first of 2 heat races for the Pro Stock Division. Low handicap drivers in heat 1. High handicap drivers in heat number 2. For this one, we've got Nick Calvert out of Steep Falls in the 07. To his outside, down from the woods of Jackman in the number 17 is Andy Gilbert. David Getchell out of Cornville in the number 88. To his outside will be your reigning Pro Stock champion. He's had a bit of a tough stretch lately. In the Naughty 40 out of Gorham is Dan McKe Jr. Row number 3, Matty Beers out of Pittston in the number 11. To his outside, Shane Clark out of Winterport in the number 21. And the veteran Larry Gelinas out of Scarborough in car number 37. Getchell all of a sudden jumps out of line.
We're going to let it fly. Green flag is out. But that is not the way that we want guys to take the rear. As Ken mentioned, you need to do it on the first lap and pull to the top side. Andy Gilbert in the 17 leads the way. Dan McKe Jr. breaks free of the pack. Oh, they went 3 wide down the backstretch, shuffling Nick Calvert to the rear. Matty Beers and Larry Gelinas going at it for 4th and 5th. Andy Gilbert still leads over Dan McKe Jr. and Shane Clark in the 21. Still tire to tire for 4th and 5th. Matty Beers is going to clear now down the backstretch. Put that 11 up to 4th. Gelinas settles into 5th. Dan McKe Jr. closing in on Andy Gilbert. That brand spanking new Clattenburg chassis number 17 takes the halfway flags though. Put McKe to the inside of him. Andy Gilbert knows he's there and lets him have the inside clean and clear. Dan McKe Jr. takes command at halfway. 5 laps to go, make it 4 at the line. Last year's 2024 Pro Stock champion, Dan McKe Jr. takes command, and Shane Clark closes in on Andy Gilbert as well. Shane Clark in the 21, down to less than a car length on 2nd place, Andy Gilbert. 2 laps to go, this time for McKe Jr. Shane Clark was up tight on the back bumper in the middle of 1 and 2, but he took a swipe to the top side there and kind of lost some ground. Smooth sailing ahead for McKe Jr. under the white flag. First of 2 qualifiers in the Pro Stocks is going to go to Dan McKe Jr. Andy Gilbert holds off the charge from Shane Clark for 2nd place. And Shane Clark takes 3rd. As it appears, Shane Clark is getting his Pro Stock dialed in for the upcoming Boss Hog 150 at the end of this month.
Rolling into victory lane, he's got a couple podiums, but still in search of that first win. In the number 40, he is your reigning Pro Stock champion. Out of Gorham, that is Dan McKe Jr., your heat winner. He'll start on the pole position for their 40-lap feature race this evening.
Yeah, that Boss Hog 150 usually straddles the August-September line there, usually like August 31st and September 1st. But this year it lands right on the last 2 days of August on Labor Day weekend. And we hope you guys can join us as this and one more Pro Stock race will be the only tune-ups before that.
Yeah, and if you want to sponsor any laps in the Boss Hog 150, they're $25 a lap. See Robin downstairs at the souvenir booth, and she can set you up. We've got MDG Logging put up some money on the halfway point. They're still looking for some extra help on that as well, so look us up on that. All coming up on Sunday, August 31st. Lineup for this one has your point leader Logan Melcher at the point. To his outside, 2-time champion Nick Hinckley in car number 15. A pair of veterans on row number 2. Charlie Colby in the number 2. To his outside, the Hall of Famer Kelly Moore in the number 47. Josh St. Clair back in competition in the number 14. And Reed Reno outside in car number 7.
And this will be the last heat race of the day as the Thunder 4 Mini feature is right on deck up next. And they're already slamming a little bit. Melcher and Hinckley make a little contact into the first corner. And Colby gets shuffled out of line in the 2. They go 3 wide around the 2 of Charlie Colby. Charlie Colby getting shuffled to last. Kelly Moore and Josh St. Clair split him briefly there, but Kelly Moore is certainly the man on a mission right now. He makes quick work of Nick Hinckley. And he gets right up tight on the back bumper of Logan Melcher. He is right there, knocking on the door, and there's contact in 3. Kelly Moore up tight on the back bumper. Logan Melcher trying to hold him off as the top 2 pull away from the 3rd place battle of Nick Hinckley versus Josh St. Clair. Four laps complete, 6 to go. Crossed flags are out for 5 to go now for Logan Melcher. Josh St. Clair calls it early for the heat, saving that stuff for the feature, followed by Charlie Colby. 4 laps to go, though, for Logan Melcher versus Kelly Moore. And Logan Melcher getting settled in, extending that lead on Kelly Moore by about 4 or 5 car lengths now. Kelly Moore probably thinking that it's just a heat race. Let's save it for the race that's important, the 40-lap feature tonight with 2 to go for Logan Melcher. Logan Melcher's best time of the race and Kelly Moore's best time of the race have both been 14.8s. Very evenly matched cars for the top 2, both only able to do 14.8 for their quickest time of the qualifier. Checkered flag is out. Melcher is going to hold off Moore.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, these guys' fastest lap, 14.8, fastest ever Pro Stock lap, 14.58, and the Smack Super Modifieds are a full second faster than that. This cat, though, he's got the checkered flag in the heat win. He'll start mid-pack for the 40-lap feature, and he's the point leader in the 41 out of Fayette. Logan Melcher is your heat winner. I want to thank Logan for hopping up here on the microphone last weekend. That was a lot of fun. And he's told me a couple of times when he's done racing, he wants to yell at race cars on a microphone for a living. So, all right, we're going to go straight to our feature for the Kennebec Equipment Rental Thunder 4 Minis. They got a 20-lap feature. And then we will have our intermission, and coming out of intermission will be our spotlight feature for the Smack 350 Super Modifieds. Kids, however, want to remind you, after this next feature race for the Thunder 4 Minis, we're going to have our penny pounce down here in Victory Lane, so get ready. It's our second and final First Federal Savings penny pounce. And we had a fan that was nice enough to kick in an extra $50 worth of pennies, so we're upping the ante today. And Penny throws in all kinds of prize chips and stuff too, and so a chance for all the kids to get down there and have some fun. And again, thank you to our friends at First Federal Savings with locations in Bath and Wiscasset and beyond.
All right, Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang is finally rolling. Sorry for the brief delay. Getting the Thunder 4 Minis feature lined up. Brought to you by Kennebec Equipment Rental. They've been helping local contractors and homeowners complete their construction and DIY projects throughout the state with their vast array of general tools and equipment. From wallpaper steamers to large power generators, they've been doing it since 1964 at Kennebec Equipment Rental. When you need quality tools or equipment rentals, stop by any one of their 6 stores throughout central and southern Maine and see what they have to offer, or check out what's available on the web at KennebecRental.com. That's www.KennebecRental.com. Locations in Auburn, Bangor, Fairfield, Kittery, Portland, and Woolwich. That is Kennebec Equipment Rental. Thunder 4 Minis roll out with McKe Landry in the Ranger Construction number 89. Alec Brown pilots the Acura Integra number 39. Actually, no, I don't think that is an Integra. I think it's a Honda Prelude. In the 08, your heat race winner, that's Kyle Willett. That's an Acura Integra. The last 3 are certainly Integras. The 19 is Mr. Excitement, Zach Audette, and the 25, the rookie to Wiscasset Speedway, his first feature race ever at Maine's biggest and fastest. Please welcome Carson Bellows. It's feature time. Going green this time for the Thunder 4 Minis 20-lap feature. Oh, trouble off the bat for the 89. A missed shift by Mike Landry forces the field to scramble around him. Zach Audette takes command down the backstretch. Alec Brown back to second. Lap 1 in the books. From 4th to 1st place in the first lap. Give it to the 19. Zach Audette leads the way. Alec Brown in second, but here comes Kyle Willett. He is closing in fast. Tough break for Mike Landry in the 89. Certainly has a competitive car, but if this race goes caution-free, it's going to be a tough feat for him to close back in on the top 3. He had the pole position right off the bat, but a missed shift at the top, at the drop of the green, sent him deep in the field. Five laps in, 15 to go. We're side by side for second. Alec Brown, Kyle Willett. And Willett takes the spot in the 08. Mike Landry closing in the 89. Less than a car length from 3rd place. Kyle Willett clears and takes 2nd place all to himself. Up next, after the Thunder 4 mini feature, we will be taking an intermission and setting the stage for the 350 SMAC Super Modified main event. SMAC standing for Super Modified Atlantic Charter. 16 350 SMAC Super Mods in the paddock today for a 45-lap spotlight main event headlining today's racing card for their once annual visit to Maine's biggest and fastest 350 Smack, coming to Wiscasset Speedway for their one visit of the season. Coming up next, but we're halfway in the Thunder 4 mini feature. 10 laps to go for the Ardettes Scrap Recycling, number 19. Kyle Willett comfortably in second. Alec Brown trying to hold off the charge from Mike Landry. Alec Brown has only picked up one third-place finish on the season. He'd love to take home another. He's been struggling this year for sure. Alec Brown opening up the inside line. He closes it back up into turn 1. He's got to stay protective there, or the 89 is gonna slip a nose underneath. Mike Landry takes a look to the top side now. Unable to pull it up side by side at the moment, but he's going to keep picking away at it and hopefully make some progress. Good run down the front stretch. Oh, but way high into 1. Those sloppy corners are not going to be quite enough if Mike Landry keeps on making mistakes like that. That is for the final piece of hardware in the top 3. Almost side by side with Alec Brown versus Mike Landry with 5 laps to go. Make it 4 to go at the line, this time for Zach Audette.
Still get a good spirited battle there for the third spot. Mike Landry takes it away from Alec Brown, but they're straight away behind that lead pair. Zach Audette in search of his 5th win of the season. Inside the final 2. White flag set to fly. Kyle Willett in the 08. He's won the last 2 races. But the boss will come back and claim this one. Checkers fly. Zach Audette will take the win. As we wrap up the Thunder 4 mini feature presented by Kennebec Equipment Rental, Zach Audette comes in as the point leader and picks up win number 5 on the season, career win number 63. And the rest of them will, well, some will head pit side. The rest will head around to the backstretch and come around Victory Lane Road. If it's your first time here at Wiscasset Speedway, one of the most unique things about this facility is Victory Lane. They'll exit the track over there by the scoreboard, and again, Victory Lane Road takes them around the back of the turn 3 and 4 wall, and they'll come right here into Victory Lane to celebrate with you guys. And today, as a special treat, we've got some members of Best Buddies that'll be down there helping to present the trophies, as they are our participating sponsors today, along with the Hometown Foundation. Don't forget, they're going to have the Dream Ride gathering down there at Farmington, Connecticut later on this month, the 22nd through the 24th. their big annual fundraiser and one of the biggest car shows you'll find anywhere in the country. Our friends with Best Buddies, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, they are a nonprofit organization dedicated to creating opportunities for one-on-one friendships, integrated employment, leadership development, and inclusive living for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We do have a group of Best Buddies from Morse High School and Thornton Academy here, and you can find more information by checking in with one of the folks here with the Best Buddies shirts on, or you can go to bestbuddies.org to find your local chapter and more information. We appreciate our long-standing partnership with Bizzuto's and the Hometown Foundation here at Wiscasset Speedway. I just saw a big bucket of pennies being delivered down there. And with that, let's go trackside. Nick Huff's got your top three.
And Zach Audette climbs out. Man, they made it easy on you. Landry missed a shift, and you went from fourth to first in a hurry, Zach.
Yeah, you got to take the opportunity when you get it. I got to thank Kyle and everybody, the entire crew, my wife, my brother. I mean, this is 3-3 on the weekend. I mean, we won twice last night. We had a rough night last night, but we still won. Glad to see Kyle get top three again. So, see you in a couple weeks.
All right, we'll see you then, Zach. Move on to his buddy and teammate, Kyle Willett. Hey, did you race at the dirt track last night too?
No, not last night. The minivans are next weekend.
Minivan? Oh, what? Tell me what's going on there.
Oh yeah, minivans on dirt. It's very exciting. You should come watch. Unity Raceway, it's awesome.
All right, Unity Raceway Friday night, but don't let the Unity schedule conflict with Wiscasset. Always be here. We're happy that you guys are always here, Kyle. Yeah, I think you were a little bit faster, closing up a little bit, but caution-free race makes it difficult.
Yes, especially if you just, once they get to the front like that, the bad, fast cars, they just go. So I did everything in my power to catch up, but just wasn't enough. Like he said, thanks to the crew, everybody, my family, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
And that's Kyle Willett in the 08 with runner-up honors. And Mike Landry, man, oh man, tell us about that start.
I don't know. I didn't do much this year at all, but that happened again this year. I don't know what happened then, but hopefully we'll get it straightened out. Hopefully we get it straightened out and we'll figure out what it is.
All right, well, you still went home with a Piston Cup tonight.
Yes, thank God. I got to thank. I'd like to thank my brother, Bob. I like Pete McAuliffe helped me out. Pete did a lot of help for me. I'd like to thank all you fans for being here. I got some cucumbers for you, lady. But no, thanks for having us, and we'll be back in a couple weeks.
All right, Mike Landry wraps up the top three. And it is intermission time, folks, but we will wrap up Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane for the Thunder 4 Minis. Brought to you by Kennebec Equipment Rental. Grab your trophy there, Mike. Get these guys up in front of the 19 for some top three photos in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. As Coastal Auto Parts has 30 Napa locations across the state of Maine. And you can find the nearest one in your area at www.capnapa.com. Coastal Auto Parts, in business since 1981.
Wallace Roofing has been covering houses for over 30 years. Wallace Roofing protects your home from the craziest Maine weather that's thrown our way. And that makes us so excited we often break out into dance. We will be on top of your roof because we know it's the shingle most important part of your home. At Wallace Roofing, we know that a good roof is not just overhead, it's the life of the party. Call Wallace Roofing today and let's get this party started.
Time to consider your future begins today. Entry-level trade positions now starting at $23.50 an hour and up to $28.19 an hour with experience. Same incredible benefits and career growth opportunities from high school graduation to an exciting career change. This is your time.
Join the legacy. BIW.
If you are a Subaru enthusiast and you haven't shopped Norm's Used Cars in Wiscasset, you are missing out. Norm's Used Cars specializes in previously enjoyed late-model, low-mileage Subarus, all hand-picked and meticulously gone over to be like new to you. And with over 100 Subarus on the lot starting at $49.95, they have a great selection too. Experience the difference at Norm's Used Cars.
That's not the norm. That's Norm's Used Cars.
If you've been injured in an accident, contact the law offices of Joe Bornstein today. Talk to us confidentially and free. Find out why we are Maine's most recognized personal injury law firm. Over 25,000 victories for Maine families and over $500 million collected for injured Mainers. Get the help you need and the justice you deserve. Dial 207-CALL-JOE. There's never a fee unless you win. Call Joe today and get the Bornstein advantage.
Ken Mine it, back to you, good sir.
All right, thank you very much, Nick Huff, and congrats to our kids collecting all that money. And they're heading right down to the souvenir booth. Actually, it reminds me that Robin says she's got all kinds of good stuff down there at the souvenir booth. Sunglasses, you're going to need them later this afternoon. Hats, visors, of course, Wiscasset Speedway T-shirts and such. And Artie's trying to recruit some help down there. We are just about set. Believe they may be waiting on one more car to get out here. And obviously you see our drivers in victory lane. So you folks that have gone over to concessions or down to souvenirs, you got a couple more minutes and we'll be ready to rock and roll here as we welcome the 350 Smack Super Modifieds, John Burke and his whole group here, race director Dave Hallowell and the whole gang. Missed having them here last year because it got rained out, and these guys are actually supposed to be part of an open wheel show back on Coastal 200 weekend, but that got rained out as well. And as I'm happy that we were able to find a date that worked for both us and the tour to have them here at Wiscasset Speedway once again. Folks, it's last call on 50-50, by the way. Be sure to see our 50-50 crew making their way through one more time. We'll send someone home with this a nice pile of folding cash. And looks like Artie's getting himself some volunteers down there. These kids are going to actually get to participate in a redraw for our drivers. So appreciate you bearing with us here as we're wrapping up intermission. I want to thank First Federal Savings, again, for sponsoring our kids' Penny Pounce, and, of course, Penny Charette and all her great work with our kids' club, the Ward and Son Builders Kids Club. I do want to remind you that next Saturday we're back in action here at Wiscasset Speedway. It's going to be Group 2 Fan Appreciation Day, presented by the Maine Army National Guard. Next week we're going to have an on-track driver autograph session beginning at 4 o'clock, then kids' bike races out here on the track, which will happen about 4:45. Keep an eye on the website for all the age group and stuff for that. And then racing will kick off about 5:15 with Group 2, including a 75-lap main event for our Wood Pellet Warehouse late model Sportsman. So just check our website, WiscassetSpeedway.com, for all the details. And on Facebook. Artie, how you doing? You got everybody? Artie needs 3 more volunteers. We need 3 more kids. We need 2 more now. Need 1 more. One more kid, come on down. Whoop, I think we got one run in here.
Ken, it's all you.
All right, we are all set. Our drivers are there in victory lane. We'll have our driver intros in just a moment. But first, we ask at this moment that you all please rise if able. Remove your hats and direct your attention to the flag in the middle of the infield as we offer our invocation, followed by the national anthem. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for our Wiscasset Speedway family on this beautiful day. We thank you for great people like Cynthia Tebbets coming into our lives and working with SMAC and NEMA and, of course, us here at Wiscasset Speedway. We have her in our thoughts today. Please guide our drivers with steady hands and clear vision today. Keep them safe, as well as our fans and staff as we enjoy the race today. And as always, please watch over those who put themselves in harm's way each and every day so that we may remain safe and free. We ask this in your holy name. Amen. Folks, get settled in. It is my pleasure once again to send things trackside with the voice of the 350 SMAC Super Modified Tour, Mr. Rowdy Romano.
Thank you very much, Ken. Wow, what a great deal to be back here on the front straightaway of one of the greatest tracks in New England and Maine. A lot of great people here tonight, a lot of great drivers here tonight. How about a round of applause for these children right here, everybody that's here tonight. We've got a lot of help after the penny pounce, and what we do here with our SMAC division is we run through time trials, and we take the top 12 and we have a redraw. Well, the 12th person, last week's winner, or last race winner, can only start 12th or worse. And the winner from 2 weeks ago was George Hellwell in the 07. How about a round of applause for him? He's got back-to-back wins so far this year. So George Hellwell will start 12th, okay? And what we're going to do, the top 11 spots, we're going to have these kids come on up here, and they're going to draw a chip out of the bag. And whatever chip that they draw, that number is going to start in position number 11, and so on, and 10, and 8, and 9, and 7, 6, and all the way down. And let's just say, what's your first name, son?
Jacoby.
Okay, so Jacoby picks number 6, all right? And number 6 will be the 41 or the 01. Well, if the 41 car wins, Jacoby gets to come down into victory lane. He gets to present the trophy, and we have gift bags for the top 3 finishers for the young children down here. So how about a deal that? 350 SMAC Tour, getting everybody involved down here. It's all about family. It's all about children, and it's all about the fans. So we're going to draw the first one, Christina. Okay, Jacoby, you want to come up here? Okay, so number 29, Justin Harris. Okay, that's your guy right there, Jacoby. So you remember him. You can meet him right as soon as you're done. Shake his hand, and he will be starting in position number 8. So how about a round of applause for Jacoby and Justin Harris? Okay, what's your name, son?
Cole.
Cole, come on up here, Cole. How about a round of applause for Cole? We got some great kids up here. Next up, Paul Buzzle, driver Paul Buzzle. There you go, Cole. What's the number on the other side? Number 5 for Cole. That's your driver, so make sure you keep an eye on him. Okay, next up, what's your name, son?
Carson.
Carson, come on up here. Carson's next up on the draw. And Craig, number 4. That's number 4. That's the car number, so make sure you keep control and make sure you keep an eye on Craig. Next up, what's your name, dear?
Addison.
Addison, okay, come on up. And you're going to be drawing for one of the fan favorites, Super Dave Sanborn, number 1 on the front row. Okay, so make sure you keep an eye on him. It's going to be a good one. All right, come on up, son. What's your name?
Jackson.
Jackson, come on up and give us a draw right here. Brad Babb, number 41. Number 9. Okay, so make sure you keep an eye on him. That's your driver. Okay, next up, what's your name, son?
Jordan.
Jordan, come on up and draw a chip for us. Number 3, Robbie Gordon Douglas, and the number 27. So keep an eye. That's your guy. So if he wins and finishes second or third, you're going to come down here, okay? Next up, come on over here, sweetheart. What's your name? Avery, come on up here. Bobby Timmons III, the outlaw. There he is. Look at him. What's your number? 7 for Bobby Timmons. Wow. So make sure you keep an eye out on him. All right, come on up here, dear. What's your name?
Ella.
Ella? Okay, Ella, it's your turn. Number 10. There he is. What a great job. That's excellent. Oh, that's right. I didn't flip pages. Sorry, Matt. I was confused you with someone else. Matt Riley. So make sure you keep an eye on Matt. I'm sorry. What's your first name?
Riley.
Oh, Riley. Beautiful. You pick one. What number do you have? Number 2 for Scott Watts. Make sure you shake his hand. Keep an eye on him. Thank you very much, Riley. So we got 2 left. Come on over here, pal. What's your name?
Talon.
Say that again.
Talon.
Talon, come on over here. Matt Seavey is your driver, and he'll be starting in number 12, so keep an eye on him. His number is number 91. And the last one, come on over, bud. What's your name?
Teddy.
Teddy, come on over here and draw in there. Rusty Poland, number 6. So keep an eye on Rusty Poland in the number 44. So there's your lineup, folks. All right, so we're good with that. We're gonna. Okay. So once again, guys, you know your drivers. Remember their number and their name. If they come in the top 3, you guys are going to come down here to the gate, and you guys are going to pass out the awards, trophies, and you're going to get a special bag with a treat for you guys, okay? So go on back up to the grandstands. Yep. What is his name?
It's an anonymous fan. Maybe if he wants to.
Another great story here this afternoon, folks. I was talking about it earlier in one of the practices. Good friend of ours and a good competitor, great competitor, Justin Harris is here from Northwood, New Hampshire. How about a round of applause for Justin Harris? He had some misfortune in one of the warm-ups and broke a front end, and it could have been a lot worse. And worked on his car, ended up making it out at the tail end of time trials and did pretty well. And he's starting here tonight. And there's an anonymous fan that donated some money to Justin. I don't know where he is, if you want to wave, if you don't want to wave, but how about a round of applause for that person that walked down and helped this team out, you know. Good family racing here in the state of Maine, and we couldn't be prouder to be here this weekend. Yep, well, we could do that. I didn't copy it all down. So, well, if you want to do it, make a proclamation. You have it written in that order. Okay. All right, on the front row, out of Tilton, New Hampshire, driver of car number 69. How about a round of applause for Super Dave Sanborn? And on the outside of row number 1, out of Seabrook, New Hampshire, driving the Atomic Fireworks F80 for Scott Watts. Keep an eye open for Scott Watts. Next on the inside, all the way from North Carolina, how about a round of applause for number 7, Robbie Gordon Douglas. Outside of row number 2, driver of the number 4 car, how about a round of applause for Craig Harris. Harris in the number 4 car. Inside the next row, out of Trumbull, Connecticut, give it up for Paul Muzzle. Muzzle inside of row number 3. And on the outside of that row, driver of number 44 out of Naples, Maine, could be a local favorite. Give it up for Rusty Poland. Inside the next row, another local favorite. You love him or you hate him. He's run up front just about every time we've come here. Driver the number 13. How about a round of applause for BT3, Bobby Timmons. On the outside of that row, had problems earlier in the practice session, made it, the team scrambled, everyone in the pits helped out. How about a round of applause for number 29 for Justin Harris. Inside the next row, out of Windham, Maine, driving the Robert Babb logging car number 41. Give it up for Mr. Babb himself, Brad Babb. Next up on the outside of that row, out of Hookston, New Hampshire, driving the 01 for Matt Riley. Come on down here, Matt. Give him a round of applause. Out of Pittsfield, New Hampshire, former 350 Super Modified track champion in the number 91. How about a round of applause for Matt Seavey? And on the outside of that row, back-to-back winners in the last 2 appearances here in this division. He'll be one to watch, but he's got a long way to go. Out of Pelham, New Hampshire, here he is, the 07 for George Hellewell. Another local favorite out of New Gloucester, Maine. Driver the number 19, give it up for Ben Tinker. Outside the next row, driver of the number 12 out of Danville, New Hampshire. How about a round of applause for Johnny Leonard? Inside of the next row, out of Claremont, New Hampshire. Never driven an open wheel super modified before until a few weeks ago. Hayden Grenier, not sure where he is. He's probably, they were having some problems earlier, so they'll probably give it up for Hayden. He can hear you wherever he is. That's a tough one. And alongside of him, longtime KG veteran, driver the number 61. How about a round of applause out of Rochester, New Hampshire for Mike Sperling. Sperling in the number 61. That's your feature lineup. These guys will get strapped in just a few moments. Push truck's just about ready to take them away. Kids, don't forget your driver. Don't forget your number. Keep an eye on your favorite. Fans, you got some great racing side by side ready to come in just a few moments as these guys start to get buckled in for 45 laps. Ken, Smack Tour Super Modified main event coming your way. gentlemen, get ready to go. Hang on to your hats, hang on to your programs, because we are live here at the Wiscasset Speedway. My name's Artie Russo, and we are here for 45 laps of ground-pounding fun with the 350 Smack Super Modified Tour here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon at Wiscasset Speedway. Once again, can't thank the owners, employment, management, all you fans, the kids, everybody for coming out here today and going to be witnessing this amazing run by some of the best short track drivers in New England. Also, while we have a quick moment, I'd like to thank a few of our sponsors. O'Reilly Auto Parts here with the Smack Series on board this year. Also, Swissit Tool out of Tilton, New Hampshire. Race Fuels of New England, Racing with Jesus, and also a great friend that jumped on board a few years back, John Luther Gray with Motivated Creations out of New York. All your needs, trophies, hats, t-shirts, engraved plates. He does koozies. Ken, this guy's got a little bit of everything out there. Our good friend Luther at Motivated Creations. Bobby Timmons gets pushed off. Super Dave Sanborn, we got 5 more to go, and we will start to organize the field. Caution is on the speedway. Super Modifieds will try to get some heat into the tires here as we get the last 2 machines rolling here. Coming off turn number 4, looks like the 12 of John Leonard. And Hayden Grenier. Hayden Grenier picks it up in the number 83. Hopefully they got that car figured out after the time trials events. Had a chance to talk to him. Flagman Dave Sturgis on the perch here this afternoon. We're going to pick it up a little bit down the back straightaway. Super Dave Sanborn. We're going to give these guys a couple of hot laps. Once they get a few more cars single file, we're going to give them one more lap to try to get into their prospective spots. Dave Sanborn and Scott Watts on the front row. Robbie Gordon Douglas and Craig Hiroth in the number 4 make up row number 2. Paul Buzzle and the number 44 of Rusty Poling Grids next. Bobby Timmons III, Justin Harris, Brad Babb, Matt Riley next on the speedway. We're going to pick it up just a little bit here so these guys can get some heat in the tires. Matt Seavey, George Helwell, Ben Tinker, John Leonard, Hayden Grenier, and the number 61 of Mike Sperling. Caution still on the speedway. We're going to cross them up this time around on the front row. They're going to leave the outside of the front row open for our great friend Cynthia Tebbets. She passed away very recently on that lap, and that was our tribute as they start to get ready to go down the back straightaway. She was involved in all kinds of motorsports throughout her life. And race director here, as Ken has just reminded me, great tribute for a great person. We're going to cross them up this time. Side by side, 350 Smack Tour. Ladies and gentlemen, hang on to your hats because we're going Smack Tour Super Modified Racing. We're live. Super Dave Sanborn, Scott Watts on the front row. No playing games on this one. Race director Dave Helwell says, watch the starts. Folks, this is how we do it, open wheel style, here at one of the fastest short tracks in the state of Maine. Give them a round of applause. We're going green this time at the stripe. Here we go. Watts, Sanborn, 1-2. Whoa, little jockeying for position. Everybody hangs on. Looked like the 29 of Justin Harris. Great start. Field starts to thin themselves out just a little bit. Helwell looking for some room. Also, Brad Babb trying to make his way on the outside. Lot of action in the middle of the pack. Bobby Timmons is there. Craig Hirath. Brad Babb. Yellow on the speedway. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Looks like the 0-1 of Matt Riley. Tough break for that car. Not sure what is wrong with the 0-1. Track safety crew will make their way over to the exit of turn number 2. Tough break for that. Almost a wild one there, folks. Justin Harris, something happened, big pack. They were all jockeying down the back straightaway, but once again, professionalism. Everybody lifted, let everybody sort things out, and they'll get back to racing in just a few seconds. That could have been really ugly there by 3 or 4 cars mid-pack. Dave Sturgis on the perch. He's got the caution still on the speedway. Two laps so far into the record books. Scott Watts Sr. and Super Dave Sanborn, your top two. They'll cross them over now as Matt Riley gets a smooth push down the front straightaway. Something wrong. The gloves are off on the 0-1. Once again, the field side by side, nose to tail, wing to wing down the backstretch. We're going next time around. Flagman's got them ready. Green flag is out this time by Dave Sanborn on the outside. Something wrong with the Watts machine in the F80. The left side wing panel, something wrong with the F80. He's hanging in. The 44 is right in line in position number 3. Rusty Poland, Bobby Timmons. Here comes the 07 now. Look out for George Helwell. Helwell will try to work his magic on Robbie Gordon-Douglas. Brad Babb. The main boys are working their way to the front. Here comes Ben Tinker now. Right now, the battle is for 8th spot. Craig Hiroth and the 91 of Matt Seavey. No. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7th is Brad Babb. He'll slide to the outside. Babb's got a good car. He was quick in practice this afternoon and in time trials. Nose to tail the field now off at turn number 4. Something wrong on the number 4 as he'll go to pit side. Craig Hiroth out of Fort Plains, New York. Super Dave Sanborn sets the pace here today. What an upset this would be for a great driver here in the 350 Smack Tour. Brad Babb works his way closer to the 07 of George Helwell. Can't seem to get there. Ben Tinker looks to the inside of the number 9. Paul Buzzle. Oh, tough break. Something happened there. I think Tinker got into the back of the 9. Paul Buzzle slows down the back straightaway. Not sure if he's going to make it. Paul Buzzle still under power. He'll go pit side in the number 9. Back out front and pulling away the number 69 of Super Dave Sanborn. "13 laps into the 45-lap main event. Sanborn will put a lap on the number 61 of Mike Sperling. Scott Watts Sr. still running second. Here comes Bobby Timmons and Rusty Poland. Rusty Poland tries to go to the outside of the number 61 of Mike Sperling. Can't make the pass. Now he does. He'll lose a couple of spots there. Bobby Timmons dances into the dirt down off turn number 2. Once again, nose to tail out front. Sanborn is your leader. Scott Watts, Rusty Poland, and Bobby Timmons. Robbie Gordon Douglas, the 07 of George Helwell, trying to hang on now. He tries to reel in the 27 of Douglas. Then the number 41 of Brad Babb. Can't seem to pick up any spots on the 07. He was close a few laps earlier, but something definitely wrong with the 41 here this afternoon. This time by the number 69 of Dave Sanborn. 20 down, 25 to go for the racing legend. $13.9 that time by for Dave Sanborn in the 69s, clicking off some good laps. Timmons now to the inside of Watts. 44, Rusty Poland is next on the list. This time around, Dave Sanborn will cross him up. We're halfway. 23 down, 22 to go. Sanborn doing everything he can to run away and hide in the number 69. He'll go to put a lap on the number 12 of John Leonard. Timmons runs second. Scott Watts third now. Rusty Poland grabs the handle as he tries to put the and Rusty Poland sideways off turn number 4. Also, Robbie Gordon Douglas into the top 5. He's trying to hang on. Bobby Timmons gaining some ground on the number 69. Dave Sanborn not sure if he can hold on. Timmons has got a stout machine here today. Timmons clicking off some quick laps, and he's rolling through the corner down the back straightaway. Bobby Timmons the third in the number 13. Within 1 car length of the number 69. Whoa, the flags come off the flag stand. Tough break for your man, Dave Sturgis. And Timmons now will go to the outside. That's, whoa! Yellow flag is out. Tough break for Dave Sanborn. Timmons and Sanborn come together off of 4. Timmons goes to the inside. Sanborn's outside. They collect going into turn number 1, and Sanborn goes around. Tough break for that guy right there because he was looking for a big win in the number 69. Flagman's got his sticks back up on the perch. We're going to go back green this time, next time around. Bobby Timmons and Scott Watts Sr. now on the front row. Tough break for Super Dave Sanborn, but he's going to come back strong in the number 69. Rusty Poland, Robbie Gordon Douglas set to do battle inside and outside of row number 2. Don't count out Brad Babb or the 07. Green flag comes out, this time off turn number 4. Here we go. Scott Watts on the outside. Bobby Timmons to the bottom. Timmons will take the point. Watts will drop in for second. Rusty Poland to third now. Here comes the 07. George Helwell drops in. Here comes Douglas now. He'll drop back to position number 5. Babb is there. Babb is looking also. Whoa, Matt Seavey. Matt Seavey right there. Ben Tinker. Something happened to Brad Babb, and now there's your battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Justin Harris trying to hang on for a top 10 finish also in the number 29. Nose to tail, the field continues, this time off turn number 4. Bobby Timmons Jr. will pull away in the number 13. Timmons with about a 10 or 12 car length lead here in the F80, over the F80 of Scotty Watts Sr. Watts doing a great job with that wing panel bent over to hold on to second. Unbelievable. That car is going the way it's going. Rusty Poland rounds out the top 3. George Hellwell, back-to-back winner, trying to finish in the top 5 as he's struggling, coming off turn number 4. Robbie Gordon Douglas, all the way from North Carolina, he still rounds out the top 5. Bab and the number 91 of Matt Seavey. This time by 10 laps left to go for the number 13. 10 to go for the number 13. Justin Harris now tries to close in. Bobbles just a little bit in 1 and 2 as he tries to close in on Ben Tinker in the number 19. But back out front and pulling away is your number 13 of Bobby Timmons. Scotty Watts holding a 4-car length advantage in second. Rusty Poland a little bit loose that time off of turn number 4. Matt Seavey has caught the 44 of Brad Babb. Not sure if he's going to be able to get by. Timmons clicks off another one. Nose to tail down off turn number 4. Dave Sturgis says 5 to go this time by. 5 to go for Bobby Timmons. Robbie Gordon Douglas right there on the 07. Trying to make a move in the late stages of this 45-lap main event. Timmons is pulling away by more than a half a straightaway on Mr. Watts. Scott Watts trying to do everything he can to hold on to that car for a podium finish. Whoa! Robbie Gordon Douglas, something wrong with the 44. Douglas to the outside. 3 wide down the front straightaway. Here comes Douglas now, trying to get to the outside of the 07 of George Hellwell. 2 laps to go, and Douglas trying to pull off the move the hard way on the outside. Douglas will go to the outside, and he'll pull the trigger. Something wrong for the 44. White flag is out this time by. What a change of events here. The number 13. Here's your winner, Bobby Timmons, the third. Rounding out the top 3 are the F80 and the number 27 of Robbie Gordon Douglas. Wow, Ken, that was a wild one right down to the finish.
Yeah, things definitely getting interesting. 3 wide right at the front stretch here as something definitely happened on the 44 Rusty Poland. Artie's getting ready to head down to Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane, and a celebration for Bobby Timmons as he gets his second career win here at Wiscasset Speedway. He won this race 2 years ago, or actually 3 years ago. We did not race last year, so Bobby won the race in 2022 and actually met the turn 3 wall in 2023. So a little bit of redemption for BT3 this afternoon. And Artie had talked about that number 80 of Scott Watts. That was probably a handful of that right side of the wing starting to fold over. Certainly does not make that car handle any better. He's been here before and he knows right where to go. Parks at P1 and getting out all the stuff here, and
wow. That's all I can say about that one, folks. You got a little bit of everything during that race. A couple of yellows and a couple of heartbreaks, but some really great racing in the last few laps. How about a round of applause for your top 3 right here today? I guess we're going to start up front because he's unbuckling. He's a little bit hot right here, but he's who you guys were all rooting for. Come on, as he gets out of the car, let him hear it. 350 Smack Super Modified winner. Give it up for Bobby Timmons. Windham, Maine native here. Bobby, that was a close one there. You know, you guys were obviously fast in the late stages of that race. Dave was running really good. You guys collected a little bit off at turn number 4, but you sorted it out going into 1. He held into it. He spun around. You kept going. You know, it's a tough break for you guys, but some real close racing.
Yeah, there. Really great race car. We're on a roll right now with this race car. We won last week in a Star. We finished 3rd on Thompson on Wednesday with the other car. Just when things are going your way, they're going your way. I can't thank all my guys enough. My dad, Malcolm, Brandon, Kevin, Declan. It's hot as hell today. These guys work their balls off all day. And Seacoast RV, Timmons Machine and Fabrication, Martel Motorsports Restoration, Prime Cut Landscaping, Black Flag Podcast, Main Event Podcast, yourself, Johnny Burke, Dave Helliwell, everybody with Smack, the Jordans, Wiscasset. The last 2 times I came here, I either won or destroyed it. So maybe next year I'll have to come back and destroy it again.
How about a round of applause? Here's your winner, guys, Bobby Timmons. Listen, and you know, we were talking about this earlier, folks. In the runner-up position with a damaged car and his good luck charm down here, Riley. How about a round of applause for these two, Scott Watts Sr. and Riley right here, position number 2. Scott, you know, we've been friends a long time. You know, you guys had a really good car earlier today, and it wasn't many laps in. Could you feel it when it went down?
Yeah, I noticed the car definitely changed, so just hanging on at that point, you know. Thanks for a good spot from Riley here. I was able to hang on to it and finish the 2nd here today. And I got to thank my brother. My brother got the car ready. He's not here today. And, you know, a couple phone calls, how much air and how much this and that. And we did pretty good.
Who did you bring with you for your crew today? Your regular boys that come with you?
Yeah, I got my son Scott, I got Pete and Jaden. I got Leon and Honk in the pits. And you know, we all gathered up and we did it today without Robert, so we feel pretty good.
Excellent. Congratulations. There's your runner-up. Riley, you can give him the trophy. There you go, sweetheart. Give that one to him. How about a round of applause for Scott Watts Sr.? Well, I don't even know what to say about that one, kid. You know what I mean? There was some, I don't know, I want to say hucking and jiving and fiddling and diddling going on there, but your 3rd place finisher all the way from North Carolina, Robbie Gordon Douglas. You know, you started up front on this one. You held your own for a while, and then, you know, a couple of guys were in and out, this and that, back and forth. And then it seemed like on that last caution, you know, you sat up in the seat, you tightened the belts a little bit, and you said, you know what, I got a little bit more left in the tank, and you did what you had to do.
Yeah, well, I saw the 13 over there, Stingray, or 13 Quartz, whatever you want to call him, get by us. I know I could just follow him through. Was kind of riding around the first 25 laps, just trying to save tire, and I don't even know what to say. It's been so long since I've been up here, but I don't know. Sometimes you feel like an idiot flying up from North Carolina for races until you end up here, so I'll take it.
Absolutely. Who do you got to thank here tonight?
First off, this 3rd place is for my dad. He works tireless hours on the car every week, while I get to go run 2 businesses in North Carolina. My mom, my grandparents, everybody that's gotten us to this point. Dave, the whole Helliwell family, George for racing me clean, and the whole Smack Tour. It's been a great time with them.
What about your good luck charm here? Here he is right there, top 3 finisher. How about a round of applause one more time for Robbie Gordon Douglas? Ken, if I'm not mistaken, I think, are we doing the 50-50?
Yeah, Bobby Timmons is going to
there
make
she
another
is, right
fan
here. Sweetheart, can I have your first name?
Estelle.
Estelle, you know, for some reason, I got a real funny feeling that you've been doing a lot here for a long time.
11 years.
11 years, that's great. I'm sure all these. How about a round of applause for Estelle, everybody? Get your 50-50 raffle tickets out. We have a winner. Okay, we have a red ticket. Oh, sorry. Put my glasses on. Blue ticket. 804-696. 804-696. Come on down here and see Estelle. She'll give you your winnings. Ken, once again.
How much money are we giving away?
Yeah, let's 800. Wow. We could go out to dinner on that.
Very well.
$857, lucky 50-50 winner. Come on down here to the start-finish line and collect your winnings. Ken, I can't thank you and Nick and everybody here for welcoming us to a great place. The fans, this place is packed, you know what I mean? We love coming here. Johnny Burke doing a great job with this series, and all the young fans and all the old fans. People, thank you very much. Give yourselves applause for having a great time here this afternoon. Don't go too far. There's still plenty of action coming your way.
All right, and hey, since we're handing out big rounds of applause, how about it for my buddy Artie Russo on the microphone down there? Thank you, Artie, for making it exciting as always. And the entire Smack Tour, Johnny Burke, Dave Hellowell, and the whole crew. Appreciate that. And remember, on the 50-50, you got a half an hour to claim your money, so don't throw those tickets away. If we don't get a winner in a half an hour, we will draw another one. As we finish things up in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. And they have fired up the motors in the infield. We're ready to bring out the Star Tour for their 20-lap feature, better known as the Bobby Timmons Invitational, since he loves vintage modified so much. We want to thank everybody with the Smack Tour once again as our drivers hop back in and we get ready to clear Victory Lane. And we will definitely have these guys back here with us next season as part of 2026. This was the 5th race that we've had the Smack Tour here with us. And Bobby Timmons has been a winner now 2 times in those 5 appearances. First winner was Jeffrey Battle, then Sparky MacGyver. Sparky actually in the house. I saw him in the pits earlier. And then Bobby Timmons winning the 3rd race. Brad Babb won the last one when they were here 2 years ago. And of course, hopefully you'll be able to hear Bobby talk about his escapades on the Black Flag podcast, which airs every Monday morning. Hey, we want to congratulate Tina Taylor of Topsom for winning 50-50. We did get our winner, Tina Taylor of Topsom. Terrific. And rolling out of the infield is the Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified Division. 20 laps for this group. Lineup for this one has Dennis DeSottles in the number 2, Dwight Picard in the number 16. Mark Parmentier in the 00, Bob Guyon in the 7X, James Young in the 44, Skip Switek in the number 70. Dave Sturgis ready to turn them loose this time for 20 laps. Star Tour will be here with us tomorrow as part of Summerfest. Summerfest presented by the Maine Vintage Race Car Association happens from 10 to 3 tomorrow. The Star Tour will be here. Also the Wicked Good Vintage Racers, the Atlantic Coast Old Timers. We'll have a few current cars on display as well. The Maine Vintage Mobile Museum will be here. Hall of Fame drivers in the house. A cookout lunch. And at the end of the day, we'll wrap it up with race car rides for the kids. You have an opportunity perhaps to ride in one of these race cars around Wiscasset Speedway. Dwight Picard showing the way. Speaking of Maine Motorsports Hall of Famers, that familiar-looking car, restoration or replica of a old Dave Kudamarsh car that used to run down at Beach Ridge back in the day. The gate will open up tomorrow at 10 a.m. And as I said, events go throughout the day till 3 in the afternoon. It's all over on the pit side, so you can meet us over there for that. I believe it's $5 admission for MVRCA members, $7 for non-members. Kids 6 and under free, and all the proceeds go to help the Maine Vintage Race Car Association. Double zero, Mark Parmentier showing the way with Dwight Picard now holding second. That's yeah, that's Alan Zemla in the number 43, replica of a car that Rick Zemla ran back in the day, also down at Beach Ridge. This next time by to be halfway, 10 laps down, 10 to go. These kind of divisions are vital to preserving the history of racing throughout the New England area. As you know, racetracks are closing year by year, and this history is disappearing. And the Maine Vintage Race Car Association, one of the few groups that helps preserve and present that history. It's over 100 years old of racing history here in the state of Maine. Black flag out on the 2 of Dennis DeSottles.
No, I think it's the 44, Ken. He's dropping fuel or possibly water.
Yeah, James Young in the 44. My bad. GPS said turn left. Mark Parmentier will have 5 laps to go when they come to the stripe this time. They are certainly hustling these cars around the track. 18.5-second laps, about a 72-mile-an-hour average. Yes, I know they could probably go a bit faster, but one of the cool things is about the work to put into these cars to, again, either replicas of original cars or restorations. Celebrating a lot of these cars raced around New England back in the 60s and 70s. 2 to go this next time by. Skip Swintek starting to come into the picture in the 7X. Or in the 70, that is. He's in the 70. One more time down through turn 3 and 4. Dave Sturgis has the checkered flag ready. Who will it be? Let's find out. Mark Parmentier takes the win. Dwight Picard close behind in second. Skip Swintek will finish in third. And a great job from the Star Tour Modifies. We'll try to get him around to Victory Lane Road. Some of these guys may not know how to get there, and they're not regulars here at Wiscasset Speedway. Hey, while we have a chance, going to run off some names here of our Kids Club winners. If you hear your name, go see Penny down at the Kids Club table after Penny's done handing out trophies here. And not sure if we get any best. Oh, Zach Tem is going to head down there as one of our representatives from Best Buddies today. We have Owen Levesque, Maddie Perry, Carson Gervais, Harper Patterson, Adeline Horak, Kasem Donaldson, Ellie York, Hunter Andrews, Briley Lambert, and Levi Murray. Go see Penny once again. Owen Levesque, Maddie Perry, Carson Gervais, Harper Patterson, Adeline Horak, Kasem Donaldson, Ellie York, Hunter Andrews, Brayley Lambert, and Levi Murray. Also, let me see, got a few birthdays and anniversaries to run out here. We have happy 11th birthday to Parker Wing coming up tomorrow. Parker's a young member of Team Wiscasset. He's a good helper behind the scenes. Happy 8th birthday to Adeline Horak. Happy birthday to Gary Carter. We love you. Well, the people who wrote it down love you. I don't know you. Happy birthday Tuesday to our favorite main gate ticket lady, Barb Willette. Happy birthday, Barb. We got a few more we'll run down in just a moment, but we're going to find out about our top 3 and these cool race cars, too. Maybe Nick can find out a little bit of history on these cars, because that's what this is all about. Let's send things down to Nick right now.
Mark Parmentier in the 00. Takes the win, but it definitely wasn't an easy one. Dwight Picard got that number 16 under him out of the final corner. And then the 7D of Skip was right there. 3 cars under a blanket at the line. Great job by the Senior Tour Auto Racers. Let him hear it, folks. Mark Parmentier climbs out. Very cool looking ride. Mark, tell us about this thing. What is this for a car?
This is a old Corvair built on a 1957 Chevy chassis, Lincoln A-frames. It's all original. This thing is so old. you know, but it goes. It goes really good.
All original from who?
I don't know whoever had it before because it's been passed down so many times, you know, but it's won so much. You know, everybody who had it has won with this car so much.
Including yourself.
Including myself.
Who do you want to thank for helping you on this 0-0?
For the old guy winning this, I think that's pretty damn good, you know?
Yeah. Anybody you want to thank?
Yes, I want to thank Tammy from Star, and I want to thank the people who own the track for having us here because this is a very nice place and we enjoy ourselves. And that's about it. Also, Kenny Jeevry, because Kenny Jeevry helps me out 100% with this car. So.
All right, great job, Mark, holding off these two other cats that were barking at the bit behind him. Dwight Pickard comes home second. And Dwight, yeah, you got a nose under him out of the final corner. Man, you top three just were all bumper to bumper, putting on a great race.
I was pretty loose. They treated me well. They could have got me out of there, but it's a lot of fun. I want to thank Richard and Vanessa for letting us race at this facility. Everybody that helps work here to make this work, all the helpers, that's great. Star Tour, my wife Monica, my brother Doug, Scott Shabak, Tony, Ricky helps us, the motor builder, Gary Dwinell. It takes a lot, but it's a lot of fun.
All right, Dwight Pickard, ladies and gentlemen, runner-up honors, and then Skip Swaintek.
Hey, I like it. You got it.
I got it? Yeah? How do they normally say it?
Well, we'll leave that alone because they got all kinds of things they say.
All right, I'm glad I got it right. Man, looked like you were having fun out there. Can you tell us a little bit about this mishmash of a car?
Yeah, this car, honestly, I was 8 years old when I started building it with my uncles and brothers. Stayed with it kind of all my life. I'm the last one left. And we just go out and have fun with it. Just talking to somebody here in the audience that remembers it from Waterford Speedway, 5-year champion car.
Awesome, glad to hear. Anybody you want to thank for getting you here this weekend?
Yeah, I got to thank the guy right here, Sammy, and my wife who pays the bills, okay, bought the fuel, and we love our club. I love our club. Thank you.
All right, Skip Swaintek wraps up the top three and certainly excited to be up here celebrating in Victory Lane. We got the Best Buddies program guys down here helping out with Victory Lane, getting pictures with these top-notch race car drivers. The first of two Senior Tour Auto Racer features is in the books, but up next, we're gonna go back to one of our weekly Wiscasset Group 1 programs. Back up to you, Ken.
All right, thank you, Nick Huff. Congrats to our top three in Victory Lane. Going to take a minute. Typically, we roll out our next class, but with these guys pitting in the infield, we'll get them to finish up Victory Lane and then allow them to get back to the infield, and then we'll roll out the Super Streets. Still got Super Streets, 4-cylinder pros, Star Sportsman, crate modifieds, and Pro Stock still to go. Appreciate you being here with us on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Give me a moment to remind you that next Saturday we're back here with Group 2. It's actually Group 2 Fan Appreciation Day presented by the Maine Army National Guard. Everything will start at 4 o'clock next week with a driver autograph session down on the track, all of our Group 2 drivers. And then kids' bike races about 4:45. Kids getting a chance to race their bikes on the track that their heroes race on. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then we'll kick off our racing action just after 5 o'clock with all of our Group 2 divisions, late models, modifieds, strictly streets, and road runners. And the late models will be center stage next Saturday with a 75-lap main event. Will be a points race for those drivers, but a little extra distance for them. And we want to thank one of our newest partners, the Maine Army National Guard, for putting on both of our Fan Appreciation Nights. The Group 1 Fan Appreciation Night that was rained out earlier this season will be made up on Saturday, September 6th. So we'll keep you posted on that on our website and Facebook. So all you Group 1 fans, don't worry. We got your fan night coming up in the beginning of September. As I said, this is week 17 of the season. Still a lot of great events coming up here at Wiscasset Speedway. And you can find out all of them, keep up with everything happening by going to our website, wiscassetspeedway.com. Remember, the Star Tour will be here with us tomorrow as part of Summerfest. A lot of the drivers staying overnight here and coming to join the fun tomorrow, all to benefit the Maine Vintage Race Car Association. You want to find out more about Maine Vintage and our mission to preserve and present the history of racing in Maine, go to mainvintagerace.org. We put on the Mobile Museum. We also put on the Maine Motorsports Hall of Fame Banquet, which is coming up in November, on November 1st. So let's roll out some super streets. Here comes the pace car. Their regular 30-lap distance this week. They're coming off their 100-lapper that had Nick Morton taking the victory. Nick running in the late models now, but dropped down to super streets. Caleb Emerson Maines and Sean Johnson on the front row. Then comes Andy Caherl and Kevin Sherman on row 2. Matty Herrick and Josh Hall on row number 3. David Greenleaf and Bubba Pelton on row 4. Dan McKe Jr. and Noah Haggett are the next ones back. James Osmond in the 05, Dan Nesmith in the 48. Jack McKee and Mark Lucas fill out the field. Let's go Super Street Racing. Green flag is out. Caleb Emerson Maines, another one of those drivers trying to shake off some tough luck, and we're already 3 wide down into turn number 3. Sean Johnson drops out. Johnson lost about 5 positions on that start of the race on the first lap. And that opens up things for Caleb Emerson Maines. And here comes Andy Caherl in the 19. Caherl in the 19 holding second. Kevin Sherman third. Maddie Herrick looking for her first top 3 finish in the 95, but keep an eye on those heavy hitters from back in the deep in the field. Sherman looked outside but can't find the grip, so he tucks it back in behind Andy Caherl, gives him a little shove down into turn 3. As Nick said during the heat race action, Andy has had a fast car. He just had difficulty holding it all together for a complete run. He got a heat win 2 weeks ago for the 100-lapper. Andy does have a career win in the 4-cylinder pros a few years back, but has been digging hard here in the super streets. Sherman with a little advantage on the outside and a little beating and banging out of turn 4. Kevin Sherman able to grab that spot away. Here comes Dan McKe Jr. up the outside rail. McKe pulls up on the hip of the number 19. Can Caleb Emerson Maines put it together for his first career Super Street win? He's the top rookie here in the Super Street Division. Actually, one guy that's missing today, Bill Harnish in the 23, not able to join us today. Trouble up in turn 3. Everyone keeps going, so no caution. Looks like Greenleaf and Mark Lucas got together over there in turn 3 and 4. In the meantime, up front, Emerson Maines still with the lead, but that lead is shrinking as Kevin Sherman and Dan McKe Jr. closing up. Bubba Pelton's got some problems in the 27. Pelton may have a left front tire going down. A lot of smoke out of that car as he goes down pit road. Bubba has not been as dominant this season as he was last year. Although Pelton came into the weekend second in points behind Noah Haggett, so Bubba's going to take a pretty vicious hit in the points after today. Dan McKeag working the outside of the race leader. Side by side for the lead onto the backstretch, and we're going to hit halfway this time. 15 down, 15 to go. Dan McKeag Jr. is your leader. Kevin Sherman not so anxious to try the outside. He's going to stay in behind. Oh, he gets out, nearly got into the backstretch wall. Sherman trying to cross up Emerson Maines. Caleb gets a little out of shape. Sherman sticks the nose in there. Excuse me, coming through. And forces his way up in a second. Dan McKeag trying to become the first three-time winner in this division. He's actually the only repeat winner. We've had 5 different winners in 6 races. Dan McKeag was a double winner back in the month of May or early June. Trying to grab his 3rd win of the season, pulling away now from Kevin Sherman. They'll have 10 laps to go when they get to the stripe. Good 3-car battle from 5th position back. Or check that, 4th position back. Andy Caherl's got 4th, but James Osmond and Noah Haggett come into the picture. Noah Haggett in that 54 coming into the weekend as your point leader, 1 feature win. There goes Sean Johnson down pit road. James Osmond able to grab 4th away from Andy Caherl. And Noah Haggett will follow into 5th. That shuffles Andy Caherl outside the top 5 now. Your leader heading down the backstretch, that black number 43 of Dan McKeag Jr. Dan running 3 divisions this year. Won championships last year in both the Pro Stock and Strictly Street division. Decided to throw Super Streets into the mix. That's actually a car that his dad used to run down at Beach Ridge. Good pack of cars racing for the final podium spot. Emerson Maines has got it, but Noah Haggett is on the move. Haggett making that outside lane work, drives around him and into 3rd. inside the final 5. James Osmond completes his pass around Andy Caherl. Osmond moves up to 5th. Although Andy Caherl able to grab it back at the line that time. Some lap traffic up ahead for Dan McKe Jr. Got a little bit of breathing room though. Laps winding down inside the final 2. Dan McKe Jr. with a half straightaway lead over Kevin Sherman. White Laundry flies one more time around. He's got a big enough cushion, he can just wait behind that 117 as the checkers will fly. Dan McKe Jr. takes the win. Around goes Dan Nesmith, landed the dismount on the backstretch. As the super streets go caution free, although it certainly wasn't free of action. Couple opportunities for cautions, but nice to see the guys keeping the cars going. So, as I said, coming into today, there have been 5 different winners in 6 races, and this guy was the only repeat winner and now picks up his 3rd victory of the season. He missed the first race of the year, so he's still got a little catching up to do. Came into the weekend 5th in points. As we get ready to come around to Victory Lane, I want to remind you once again to see Robin downstairs at the souvenir booth. She's got, as I mentioned before, souvenir programs, sunglasses. As I said, you're going to need them. Hats and T-shirts. And checkered flags for the kids. And the new Wiscasset Speedway kids play mats. If you haven't seen those, she's got those for sale down at the souvenir booth. And while you're down there, you can sponsor laps in the upcoming Boss Hog 150. Just $25 a lap and goes toward the purse for the race, which will, you can put it in the name of, in memory of somebody, just yourself as a super fan. You can do it in the name of a business or to root on your favorite driver, but get involved. I think last I counted, we got about 60 laps left to fill. So our friends from Best Buddies are back down there in Victory Lane ready to hand out the hardware. Kevin Sherman matching his best finish of the season in 2nd, and Noah Haggett will be padding that point lead as Bubba Pelton was the first out of the race and ended up with a 14th place finish. So that'll shake up the point standings a little bit in this highly competitive division. Top 3 drivers came in separated by just 8 points. We appreciate Goslin Insurance for all they do with this division. And let's send things trackside. Nick Huff's got your top 3.
Check. Dan McKe Jr. climbs out, makes some noise for the 43. Check. All right, Dan. 3rd win on the season in this ride. How do you like this thing that Pete's hooked you up with?
Oh, it's amazing. It's fast every week I get in it, and I couldn't do it without him, Luke, my whole crew, Charlie's, Kennebec Roofing, all my sponsors. They're all so supportive, and all my fans that come out every week. It's awesome.
All right, Dan McKe Jr., ladies and gentlemen, he is not done today. He's got the Pro Stock feature still coming up. How about Kevin Sherman? Kevin, I interviewed you earlier. You think I brought you a little luck, or you got to thank Ryan Ripley for the setup?
I will take any luck I can get, let me tell you that.
He was pretty dialed. I think you would have had something if there was a caution to line you guys up.
Yeah, you know, it's going great tonight. Without a lot of hard work from a lot of people, it wouldn't be here, for sure.
All right, Kevin Sherman, nice job on the runner-up finish. A little damage here. The front end's a little bit torn up on Noah Haggett. But it definitely didn't slow him down. You looked pretty stout on the top side, Noah.
Yeah, the car felt really good all day, and unfortunately got into that in the beginning, and I was kind of worried it was going to overheat. I didn't know how bad a damage it was, but it didn't seem to affect it at all.
All right, who do you want to thank for getting you a top 3 today?
I got to thank Laid Back Lumber, K&A Property Services, Red's Eats, Kelly Bros, Ace Well Service, Henny Automotive, Ideal Portable Toilets, Emma Suites, Coastal Automotive and Welding, Tom Cost, Coastal Glow Aesthetics, my dad, my uncle Greg, my grandparents have helped, my girlfriend, and everyone else who's helped. Thank you.
All right, nice run for Noah Haggett, Kevin Sherman, and Dan McKe Jr. Your Super Street Top 3 brought to you by Goslin Insurance. And we'll wrap things up here in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane at Maine's biggest and fastest, with these guys in front of the 43 for some top 3 photos before we send out the next feature event. All right, I hear the motors rumbling on the backside. What do we got next, Ken?
It's the Brackets Market 4-Cylinder Pros. Here they come. This evening with Rowdy Romano at the pole position, his first of the season in the 78 out of Livermore Falls. Taylor Lane out of Phillips in the number 70. Row 2 has Brody Picard out of Palmyra in the number 99. Jay Plummer out of Booth Bay in the number 45. Emmett Walker is in the number 20 out of New Vineyard. Chastity Shorty from Winslow in the number 19. Absolutely, I like that. Thank you. Adam Taylor out of Searsmont in the number 8. Darren Miranda from Etna in car number 13. Max Parlin, sometimes he goes by the name Frank. He is out of Winthrop in car number 26. Jacoby Thacker, also out of Winthrop in the 51. Your point leader and most recent winner is Jackson Moorside out of Arundel in the number 88. And Dylan Anderson in car number 81 out of Warren fills out the field here for the 4-Cylinder Pros, brought to you by Brackets Market out on Front Street in beautiful downtown Bath, Maine. Your local hometown proud IGA food store, which is a customer of Bizzuto's company and supports the Hometown Foundation. Still looking for Maddie Perry and Harper Patterson. Please go see Penny at the Kids Club. Maddie Perry and Harper Patterson. Go see Penny down at the Kids Club table, please. All right, Victory Lane is cleared, and race director Scott Chabak says we're going to go green next time around. Bill Pierce driving the pace car for us this afternoon as Barry Morris taking a couple weeks off. He'll head to the infield, and we are going green. Off and running with Rowdy Romano and Taylor Lane. As usual, watch for the heavy hitters heading up from the back of the field. We've had several different winners in this class this season. 4 different winners to be exact. And a couple youngsters that have come pretty close. Romano with the lead. Plummer moving up the inside lane on Taylor. Taylor hanging tough on the high side. And Plummer just getting a little bit out of shape, middle of turn 1 and 2. Keep an eye on Chastity Shorty, that 19 car coming up the outside lane as well. Chastity had a pretty strong run in the heat race earlier this afternoon. And after her 3rd win of the season, which will be tops in the class. We're 3 wide onto the front stretch, but Adam Taylor backs out of it. He's got a good side-by-side battle going on right in front of him between Jacoby Thacker and the 51. And I believe Brody Picard outside of the 99. Taylor's kind of boxed in. He had looked like he had thought about going middle, but Picard slips up a little bit out of turn 2 that time, and Adam Taylor quick to take advantage. Chastity Shorty in the 19 moves up to grab second away from Taylor Lane. Rowdy running his best race up front in the 78. So far, his best finish this season was a 5th place run. So a podium would be a great thing for this young driver. Just moved up. We get a spin over in turn 4. That's Emmett Walker. No movement yet out of the 20, so we'll have to throw the caution. First caution of the race will come out with 8 laps complete. Well, I got a chance to finish off the birthday and anniversary list here. We had left off wishing our front stretch ticket lady, Barb Willett, a happy birthday coming up on Tuesday. Happy 34th wedding anniversary tomorrow to Sal and Becky Bartolotta. Longtime fans here at Wiscasset. Also, it says here, happy birthday and anniversary to Gary and Cindy Bright. And happy birthday, Terry. Your mama loves you. Ain't that sweet? Lineup is complete, and we're ready to cross them over again. We get a stand-in from Mikey Carlton over there in turn 1 and 2. Actually, Nate Sennett running over to the other end of the track. Nate usually works over in turn 3 and 4. Mike Carlton off today. He will be here helping with Summerfest tomorrow, but he says hi to all his fans over there in turn 1 and 2. I know it seems unusual to say a corner worker has fans, but trust me, Mike Carlton does.
Yeah, he certainly does. He has kind of like his own pre-race report going on Facebook. You can see his little selfie video, keeping the fans updated on what's going on at Maine's biggest and fastest.
Yep. Drive fast, turn left. Dave Sturgis checking him over. Romano and Shorty now going after it for the lead. Neither one giving up at this point. Chastity wheeling it on the outside. Taylor Lane right there. Taylor got a little out of shape going into turn one. Adam Taylor thinking 3 wide. Taylor wisely backs out. And Jacoby Thacker coming into the picture on the outside. Thacker from deep in the field. He started back in 10th. He's running in 4th right now. It's Chastity Shorty trying to take control of this race, but Rowdy Romano not letting her get down to the bottom lane. Good racing up front here with the 4-cylinder pros. Taylor Lane out of shape again on the backstretch. Gives over 3rd to Adam Taylor. In the meantime, Chastity Shorty with some problems in the outside lane. In the 19, Romano retakes the lead. Halfway this time by. Chastity reloading for another try on the outside, hanging on to 2nd with Adam Taylor. Jackson Moorside, he started back in 11th. Your point leader has raced his way into 4th. Taylor Lane got way out wide, almost getting into the backstretch wall to make that arc into turn 3. Moorside, 3 wide, he got into Taylor. Adam hanging on to it. Good piece of driving from the young man in the 8. Little bit of dirt down to the bottom of turn 1 and 2, but they'll blow through that. 3-car breakaway now in the closing laps. Chastity finally got that inside lane. Romano came a little bit too wide out of turn 4 that time, and Chastity was right there to take advantage. But how about this kid in the 78 not giving up yet? Shorty gets the lead, Moorside to 2nd. Romano settles it down into 3rd, still looking for his first podium. Keep an eye on that battle for 4th and 5th as well. Jacoby Thacker and Adam Taylor. Good battle for 4th and 5th. Taylor sneaks in there to grab it. We are inside the final 4 laps. This time by 2 laps to go on the number 19 of Chastity Shorty and the 88. Oh, this is gonna shake things up a little bit. Second caution flies this time for Dylan Anderson over there in turn number 2 as he loops the number 81. Dylan, another one of our handful of drivers, 5 or 6 drivers that have graduated up from mainly karting up the road in Richmond. We're definitely pleased with the partnership we developed with mainly karting. Steve Perry, Deb Doran, the whole crew up there had a big money event last night with a $5,041 to win go-kart race. richest go-kart race in New England, and Brian Sullivan winning that thing for the third time in 4 years. But it was good to see the local drivers as well hanging in tough against the heavy hitters from down south. It brought in kart racers from as far south as Pennsylvania to run that thing last night. But again, the partnership we've built up with mainly karting has been a good one, and this four-cylinder pro division has been a good launching pad for those kids moving out of go-karts into full-fendered cars. Not quite full size, but these things still hustling around this track at about a 76 mile per hour average. And as we've mentioned before, I think there's maybe 3 drivers in this class old enough to have their driver's license. Pair of drivers up front of this restart. Both are 2-time winners. It is your top 2 drivers in the class. Your point leader outside, your number 2 point person on the inside. And they're going to have 2 laps to go this time by. Chastity Shorty, Jackson Moorside. Will Adam Taylor have anything to say about the outcome of this one? Tough break for Rowdy Romano. He's outside the top 3, but he still is in position to get a career best finish in 4th. White Laundry is out, 1 more lap to go. We will finish under caution and checkers. And a tough break for Brody Picard as Jacoby Thacker got into him heading into turn 1. Okay, with the caution flag coming out on the final lap, the finish order is locked in at the completion of lap 24. So Chastity Shorty is your winner. Jackson Moorside will finish 2nd, Adam Taylor 3rd. Again, if a caution comes out after the leader has taken the white flag, then the finish order is locked in at the end of the last completed green flag lap. And then we take out any drivers involved in the caution in the running order. So Pro Body Works cleanup not able to drive away, so they're calling on the AC Towing crew from Dave Knowles. Drivers making their way. You want to see something funny, you can't see the car, but you can see that checkered flag making its way around turn 3 and 4. She is holding that thing high and proud. That's a funny sight right there.
Yeah, she's not shy about holding that finger out the window across the line either. She did it in the heat race and the feature. She's always proud of a win.
And the division's first 3-time winner. But Jackson Moorside's got a pretty strong hold on the point lead, and he'll still leave here today with the point lead. But Chastity bites into that just a little bit. Congratulations from her spotter, Travis Pouliot. And now Mom is there at the window. And we are ready to send things trackside. Nick Huff's going to get a chat with your top 3.
Yeah, like you said, Ken, they're the top 2 in the points, and Chastity climbs out of the 19 for win number 3. On that final restart front row, both these guys had 2 feature wins, and it was a matter of seeing who was going to break into win number 3 territory for 2025. Chastity, man, you had to have been a little bit nervous with a late race restart. You had to see that caution and been like, oh, come on, why did we have to have that?
Oh yeah, for sure. But he gave me a run for my money. That's for sure. But good, clean racing. So I mean, that's what it's all about.
Who do you got to thank for win number 3 of the season?
William Budger Construction, R&K Auto, Water's Edge, Folsom Properties, Folsom Lawn Care, Healing Roots Behavioral Health, Maine Mountain Timber Frame, the Robin's Nest, Central Maine Crane, and I couldn't do it without my mom, my grandfather, and Travis.
All right, Chastity Shorty, ladies and gentlemen, was not denied by Jackson Moorside. Jackson, great job. Second place tonight. You got 2 wins this season. Can't be upset about the year so far.
No, I'm not. It's a good season so far, so hopefully I can keep it up.
All right, man. Who do you got to thank for getting you here on the 88?
I got to thank Perfect Fit, Sam Snow Construction, Stephen Pelletier and Sons Drywall, Nest Beef and Beans, Marshall's Automotive Machining, Wolf Auto Service, my mom, my dad, Grammy, Grandpa, Julia, Maddie, Joe, and Jacoby Maines. And I just want to thank Tara, Wyatt, and them they came all the way up from Calais to watch me, so that was cool.
All right, nice run for Jackson Moorside. And then Adam Taylor, man, you were certainly making things interesting a few times, trying to go 3 wide, dipping it on the very inside of some people. It had to have been a pretty exhilarating race.
Yeah, I was trying everything. I got in the grass a little bit and then just be patient and came back and got to 3rd. So, pretty good.
Anybody you want to thank on the 8 ride? It looks like you could use a sponsor or 2, huh?
Yeah, my dad and grandfather helped me a lot, and they put this car together, and it goes really good.
All right, Adam Taylor. Did you win last week? Second last week? 2 weeks ago. All right. He comes home 3rd tonight. Adam Taylor, Jackson Moorside. We'll get you guys up here in front of the 19 for some top 3 photos. In Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane. And it looks like we got the Senior Tour Auto Racers ready to go up next. Back up to you, Ken.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nick. And just a little background on young Adam Taylor. His dad, Jason Taylor, and his grandfather, David Taylor, are both raced here back in the day. Jason Taylor is a former lightweight Demon champion, but also ran Super Limiteds and Modifies here as well. So following in the family footsteps. As we take care of things in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane, here come the the Star Tour. I messed it up, Nick. I tried to go off script. Look what happened. The Star Tour, Sportsman Division. Sportsman Division ready to go 20 laps. And then we will finish up the show with a couple more Wisconsin divisions. We appreciate everyone sticking around with us today. We knew this was going to be a longer than normal show because the extra divisions and the makeups from rainouts and such. So we got a great evening for racing. We appreciate you guys spending some extra time with us here today. We got Tony Mendoza. Beautiful black number 3B. Mike Kugler in the number 7. Skip Stearns in the 1. Charlie Lima is in the 2X. Scott Clementi in the number 9. Chris Jarrett is in the 19. Jamie Falcone in the 10. And again, we'll remind you that the Star Tour will be here with us tomorrow as part of Summerfest. You'll be able to get down in the pit and check out these cars up close. And they're going to have another exhibition race. We're going to have a lot of fun with some vintage race cars. And part 2 of the Bobby Timmons Invitational. Mendoza had some issues with that 3B in the heat race and had to bail out a lap early. And we'll see if he's corrected those issues. Again, yeah, these cars could probably get around this track a bit faster, but why risk wrecking them? This is all about preserving the history of racing, these great machines that have torn up these racetracks. So they'll get them out here and stretch out the legs and let them run fast for a little while. Some of you may remember cars like this running here at Wiscasset Speedway over the last 56 years. Or maybe back in the day you caught them down at Arundel Speedway or up at Unity. Spud Speedway, maybe. Mike Kugler showing the way. The 3B has dropped back into second. Charlie Lima running third right now in the 2X. So that number 7 of Mike Kugler is he's actually out of Hope Valley, Rhode Island, driving that number 7. And they've got a real cool hauler down in the pits as well that kind of shows off that race car. Charlie Lima taking the lead. Lima is driving a 1937 Chevy Coupe. That's the number 2X. Wanted to find out a little bit about that number 3B. Anthony Mendoza coming up from Taunton, Massachusetts. That's a 1936 Chevy. A lot of these are all late 30s Chevy Coupes. Except we can definitely tell what that number 19 is. You can always spot a Ford Pinto. 1970 Ford Pinto.
Yeah, Ken, I just hope he moved the gas tank location, right?
Yeah, or braced it up pretty good from behind. If you know, you know. inside the final 5. Yeah, get the Jiffy Pop going over there in the number 9. It's as much fun to make as it is to eat. Two laps to go this time by. They'll make one more run down the backstretch. And here comes the 7 on the high side once again. But looks like Charlie Lima will get him across the line, scramble up 3 wide. Lima gets the win in the 2. Jamie Falcone in the 10 finishes second. Mike Kugler in the 7 finishes in third. And they'll come around and they'll head for Victory Lane Road. Always great to have these guys here with us, and it ain't always have to be about racing them fast and racing them hard. It's just showing off the history, and that's what this weekend's all about with us, again, as we celebrate Summerfest with the Maine Vintage Race Car Association tomorrow. Go to mainvintagerace.org for all the information on the club and the event happening tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We're going to wrap up the day tomorrow with kids' race car rides. So kids, talk mom and dad into coming here and giving you a chance to ride around the track in one of these great race cars. And all proceeds, again, help us preserve and present the history of racing in the state of Maine, the history of motorsports in the state of Maine. We put a motocross racer and drag racers, and we even have a snowmobile racer in the Hall of Fame. Don't forget, again, next week, we'll remind you once again, Fan Appreciation Day for group number 2. Late models, modified, strictly streets, and double features for the road runners. Forgot to mention that. They'll be running a pair of 20-lap races. The spotlight race will be for the Wood Pellet Warehouse late models, running a 75-lapper next Saturday. It's all presented by the Maine Army National Guard. Driver autographs down on the track at 4 o'clock. Kids bike races to follow. And kids, you don't have to sign up ahead of time for it. Just bring your bike. Make sure you bring your helmet. We've got some different age groups. 3 to 5-year-olds will run on the front stretch. 5 to 7-year-olds, more advanced racers, will be on the run around the go-kart track. And the 8 to 12-year-olds will run once around, or they'll ride their bikes once around the big track. So make sure you bring them and have a fun time. Every once in a while, we are able to get some drivers to bring a bicycle too, and you get a chance to race against them. With that said, let's head trackside once again. Nick Huff has got your top 3.
Yeah, Charlie Lima is getting unstrapped out of the 2X. They were all over him at the finish line. Great race there down to the wire. Photo finish for second and third. We'll catch up with Jamie Falcone and Mike Kugler. But first, Charlie Lima's climbing out. Make some noise for him, folks. Charlie. Hey, nice job, man. Why do they call you Grumpy? He's got Grumpy painted on the driver's side door.
That's my name.
You look pretty happy today.
Yeah, today, but it's been a long time.
Been a long time since you've held a checkered flag?
Yeah.
How long would you say?
Well, last year we haven't run all. Just last year was the first, for this week.
Anybody you want to thank on the 2X ride?
My daughter, my grandson, and it's just about everybody that gives me a hand, and I appreciate it.
All right, Charlie Lima, folks. He is ecstatic to be holding that checkered flag today. That's right, he's grumpy, but not today. Today's an exception. How about Jamie Falcone in the 10? Man, you in the 7 had a photo finish down to the wire. That was exciting stuff.
This is my first time at Wiscasset. This track is awesome. You guys give away some hardware. Right on.
Cool track, cool hardware. Yeah. And then a fun day tomorrow ahead, right?
Tomorrow again. Yep. This is a great club. It's a lot of great racers and good cars, and people want to know how to get into this, and it's pretty easy. You just got to get yourself an antique racer. Thank you.
All right, Jamie, folks, finishes second. And is it Mike Kugler? Kugler. All right. You gave it up there at the end. You drove it deep into turn 3 and then kind of pushed up high, didn't you?
Yeah, I think this guy's got a lot more motor than I do, so that showed its benefit right there. And what a great race, though. The fact that we were side by side all that time, that was a blast. That's what this whole club and organization is trying to provide for the fans here. So.
All right, Mike, anybody you want to thank for getting you here in the top 3?
Yeah, absolutely. My wife is here. She's my crew chief. My friend Paul is here from Mainly Pine Woodworking. And Old Mill Garage. It's where we keep this thing when we're up north here. So.
All right, that's going to do it for your Star Tour Sportsman Top 3. Get them lined up in front of the 2X for some top 3 photos. In Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane at Wiscasset Speedway, Maine's biggest and fastest track since 1969. Wiscasset Speedway has been Maine's biggest and fastest. And we thank Coastal Auto Parts for sponsoring our Victory Lane ceremonies each and every week. Coastal Auto Parts has been in business since 1981 with 30 Napa locations across the state of Maine. You can find the nearest one around you at www.capnapa.com. So that is the second and final feature for the Star Senior Tour Auto Racers, but they're going to have a grand old time full of vintage celebrating and partying tomorrow for Summerfest. That's from 10 to 3, and it's open to the public on the pit side only. The grandstands won't be open, but if you are available to come hang out tomorrow for Summerfest 2025, make sure to do so and head towards the pit gate. Back to you, Ken.
All right, thank you, Nick. We will get Victory Lane cleared out and get the drivers back to the infield before we bring out the next class. Crate Modifies and Pro Stocks to wrap up the show today. We'll have all the official results from today's race program and the points updates and everything on our website, WiscassetSpeedway.com. Still a few more great weeks of racing here, including Boss Hog weekend coming up, Labor Day weekend. As that draws closer, we've got the New England Dwarf cars coming to town. We've got, the 13th annual Strictly Shootout happening at the end of September. Last year we only had 45 cars try to get into the shootout. Josh St. Clair winning it for the second year in a row. All right, should see those lights come on in the pace car in just a moment. As soon as we get the track cleared. Here they come. It's time for the Mod Squad. Modified set to go the regular 30-lap distance this afternoon. Lineup has the Hall of Famer Alan Moeller Sr. up on the point in the number 60. To his outside to be Ryan Neal out of Wiscasset in the 26. Or check that, Ethan Guptill, my bad. Ethan Guptill's in the 14 on the outside. Then comes Ryan Neal in the 26, Billy Dixon in the 33, Bubba Pelton in the number 27, your point leader Ryan Phillips outside in the 89. John Rickey, your most recent winner, is in the number 4. He starts in the 7th position. Judd Derbyshire in the 22, Doug Phillips in the 8, Richard Jordan in the number 68. Let's go Modified Racing. Little problem from Guptill getting up to speed, and that sends Alan Moeller out ahead. Trying to get down into the bottom lane. Looks like whatever adjustments Alan Moeller made after practice have paid off. That car was really badly out of shape in first practice. Things coming together up front now with Bubba Pelton on the outside of Ryan Neal. John Rickey coming in there as well. And Ryan Phillips finally able to get up into the top 5, getting around Ethan Guptill. Been a little while since Alan Moeller has tasted victory here at Wiscasset. Alan's last win came here back in 2022 in the regular modified division. Alan is a 4-time champion and member of the Wiscasset Speedway Hall of Fame going in a couple years ago. These guys turning laps right now down around 15.2, 15.3 right in that range. The guys like Bubba Pelton and John Rickey. Pelton inching his way up along the outside. He's right on Moeller's hip coming out of turn 4. Richard Jordan off the track, but able to get it back on in a scramble to get by him. John Rickey drives out around Bubba Pelton and into the lead. Rickey taking the lead on lap 11. The 4 and the 27 have split all the wins this season between the two of them. Ricky, Pelton, and Phillips, 1, 2, 3. Halfway this time. 15 down, 15 to go. Ryan Phillips starting to size up that 27. He'll get a run up on the outside of Bubba Pelton. This is an important pass because if he can get by Pelton, Phillips will get another runner-up finish if he's able to land there, but will tie the points with John Rickey. John Rickey stands to grab the point lead coming out of tonight. Rickey able to drive by Doug Phillips and now by Richard Jordan. Leaders are coming up on some lap traffic. John Rickey's already made his way through. He's got a lot of clear racetrack up ahead. Oh, Bubba Pelton gets caught in behind a lap car. That gives Ryan Phillips a chance to grab second. And around goes Doug Phillips, and that's Phillips and Alan Moeller, I believe. And Bubba Pelton catches a huge break. Ryan Phillips was able to drive by him, but they did not complete that lap. Bubba Pelton will restart in second. Ryan Phillips may like that, though. He's going to get the restart right in behind the leader, John Rickey. There goes Alan Moeller heading back toward the track. Right, pulling back the 8 of Phillips and the 60 of Moeller. Richard Jordan voluntarily giving up his spot. Well, it looks like he may stay there. Looks like everybody wants the back. Half the field wants the front, half the field wants the back. Warning lights go off, but nobody's crossing over right now. Now we're ready to go. John Rickey and Bubba Pelton on the front row. Ryan Phillips and Ryan Neal on row 2. Then comes Ethan Guptill and Billy Dixon. Good jump for John Ricky. He's going to leave them behind and let Pelton and Phillips sort out second and third. Ethan Guptill leads the next group. Bubba able to out-muscle the 89 down the back chute. Bubba Pelton retakes second. Inside the final five will make it 4 to go, this time by the line for John Ricky. Doug Phillips will head down pit road and drop out early. This time by 2 laps to go on the number 4 of John Ricky. White laundry flies one more time. Half a straightaway cushion, and win number 4 on the number 4, John Ricky. Young John Ricky matches the number on his car, picks up his 4th win of the season, and takes the point lead in the division in the process with his heat win and his feature win. He'll come out of tonight with a 2-point lead over Ryan Phillips. So a productive day for the Ricky clan. Bubba Pelton with another strong run, finishing in second. Ryan Phillips third. Ryan continues his streak as being the only driver to finish on the podium in every race this season here in the Crate Modifieds. Although he's still searching for that first win, he's finished second 5 times and now 3rd place 2 times. So 7 times on the podium without a win, and I tell you, the frustration is building on that 89 team, but they're looking big picture as well. One more race to go. Again, happy to have our friends with Best Buddies down there in Victory Lane helping to hand out the hardware today. Be sure to go to bestbuddies.org to find out more information on the program and find your local chapter. Great program. As I said, a productive day for young John Ricky. Comes out of here with the point lead as well with this feature win. And his dad, John, will be the first one there at the window to congratulate his son. John Ricky accomplished, Tony Ricky, that is, his dad, accomplished veteran modified racer in his own right. And some familiar faces here in Victory Lane once again, but we jumble up the point standings as well. Let's send things down to Nick Hoff.
Yep. John Ricky went into the night 2 points out of the points lead, and as you said, Ken, he just swept the day with the heat and the feature, and he'll become the points leader. He had one bad night there at the beginning of the season that set him back. And then Ryan Phillips, he's been Mr. Consistent. finishing in second and third every single race, never finishing outside the top 3. But for now, John Ricky climbs out for win number 4. Let him hear it, folks. All right, John, you just took the points lead. Man, you must have to thank a few people for getting this car so dialed. It looks like it just drives itself.
Yeah, Dad's got this thing going mint.
Does he ever hop in it to take it out on the track, or are you guys the same size?
He did the first time we came up here, but he hasn't since.
So you can read and feel the car pretty good?
Yeah, he's taught me pretty good to do that.
Any sponsors you want to thank?
ES Bowles, KDW Landscaping, J.A. Ricky and Sons, Jim Small Engine, Dad, Katie, Polly, Mark.
All right, John Ricky, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Bubba Pelton had one restart to make one more attempt at that top spot with him, but he was quick on the trigger, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's going pretty good. Mine's a little loose tonight, just like the other one.
Yeah, the other one. What happened with the Super Street? You dropped out early.
I took a radiator out. Guys messing around up there.
Sorry to hear that. Who do you want to thank for helping you on the 27s? Both 27s.
Davis Erector Group, Zach Howe Construction, the guys over in the pits, my wife, Dave, his wife, Timmy. Thank them all for coming. We don't have a very big crew, but they all do what they can.
All right, that's Bubba Pelton, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Phillips, Mr. Consistent, finishing second and third at least every single time. So, Ryan, you have some fun out there again?
No.
Why not?
I'm pretty sure we just lost the point lead tonight, despite never finishing off the podium all year long. And, we're trying. I mean, this is the best we're going to be able to do. We're down on power, and, we got it running great this week, and it's just all I got. So we're going to go back to it and work on it and see what we can do. But, yeah, we're struggling.
Who do you want to thank for helping you on the 89 ride all season?
Yeah, I got to thank my dad and Steve for coming out tonight. I got to thank Russell Morse for giving us a place to start the year to run this thing. Apex Services, Southern Maine Pools, Mainly Karting, Briggs Contracting, just everyone who helps out. Thank you.
Ryan Phillips, ladies and gentlemen, gets another top 3 piece of hardware to add to his consistent collection throughout the season. Never not taking a visit to Victory Lane in that 89 car. We'll get you guys up here in front of the 4 for some top 3 photos. In Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane at Wiscasset Speedway.
Here comes the money. Here comes the money.
Ready to wrap up the show and go the regular 40-lap distance tonight. The lineup has the reigning champion, Dan McKe Jr. in the Naughty 40 out of Gorham. To his outside will be Andy Gilbert out of Jackman in the number 17. Row number 2 has Shane Clark out of Winterport in the number 21. Matty Beers out of Pittston in the 11B. Row 3, Larry Gelinas, the veteran out of Scarborough in the number 37. To his outside is Nuclear Fire, Mr. Logan Melcher, your point leader in the number 41. Multi-time champion Nick Hinckley in the number 15 out of Wiscasset. Then comes Charlie Colby, the veteran out of Edgecombe in the number 2. Next will be the number 47, the Maine Motorsports and New England Auto Racing Hall of Famer Kelly Moore out of Scarborough in the 47. Multi-time champion Josh St. Clair in car number 14 returning home today. Reed Reno, 4th generation of the Reno family to race out of West Bath. Nick Calvert in the 07 out of Steep Falls. David Getchell was able to drive out onto the track under his own power, but not returning, so if he's not able to come back, Getchell will be credited with last place points. They are going to give him a moment, I think, to see if he can get it back out here. Two weeks from tonight, Group 1 returns in action with double features for the four-cylinder pros, and our second enduro of the season will be 2 weeks from tonight. And it'll be the tune-up for the Boss Hog weekend. Dan McKe Jr. with a rare opportunity to start up front in that number 40. He's been on a bit of a tough streak lately in that number 40. His last two finishes, 6th and 9th. Pace car heading in, and green flag is coming out. Down the back chute shuffle they go as the sun sets on the back stretch. McKe and Clark now in second. Clark up to second. Gilbert trying to hang on the outside as Larry Gelinas closes up in the 37. Little contact into the turn. Gelinas says, "Excuse me," coming through. Larry has raced here off and on here at Wiscasset for the last 30 years. Been a few since he's run Maine's fastest track. Then comes Gilbert still on the outside. Andy Gilbert trying to hang on, but Nick Hinckley comes up the inside in the 15, brings Kelly Moore with him in the 47. Moore will come top 5. Gilbert shuffled outside the top 5 now. Still looking for any progress out of Logan Melcher, but he's caught on the outside behind Matty Beers as they start to shuffle back in the field. Melcher is outside the top 10. Dan McKe Jr. setting the pace. Got a half a second lead now over Shane Clark in the 21. Gelinas still holds third. Some heavy hitters coming up behind him. The 15 of Hinckley, he's got company now as Kelly Moore looks outside. Kelly Moore inching up along the outside. He's got a fender up to the outside of Nick Hinckley. The champion on the inside, the Hall of Famer on the outside. Give that spot to Kelly Moore across the line that time. Reed Reno started this one pretty deep in the field, and he's made his way out around Andy Gilbert. Reed Reno up from 13th. Nick Hinckley able to take 4th back from Kelly Moore. Reno gets out of shape coming through turn 4. Does a good job to hang on to it. Charlie Colby showing a lot of patience as well in that too. Reed in just his second ever Pro Stock race. $12 complete will make it 13 by the line this time. Charlie Colby continuing to work around Reed Reno, able to grab that 7th position. Closest battle right now for 3rd as Jelinas has got it. Nick Hinckley has a fair run down on the low side. He'll grab that spot away. Jelinas has spent his whole race up in that second groove. That's where his car is most comfortable. But you're giving up the preferred lane now to Nick Hinckley. Jelinas has that spot by 9/1000ths of a second. Nick Hinckley able to grab that spot away now. Larry Jelinas hanging tough up on the high side. Kelly Moore just waiting. Moore is there in fifth. Kelly grabs fourth away from Larry Jelinas. That shuffles the 37 car back into fifth. Josh St. Clair on the move in the 14 up from deep in the field. He started 11th and now runs in sixth. Halfway this time by. 20 down, 20 to go. Couple drivers up front definitely needing a good run tonight. As Dan McKe hasn't been on the podium since back in late May. Matty Beers spins here on the front stretch. And that'll give us a chance to exhale for the first time in this race with 21 complete, just past halfway. Maybe not a caution the guys up front wanted to see, but you got some guys back in the middle of the pack who had lost touch with that lead group and definitely wanted a caution, one of them being your point leader, Logan Melcher. Bill Pierce picks up the field on the backstretch. As we said, Dan McKe hasn't finished on the podium since back in the end of May. And Shane Clark, this is only his third race he's run this season. He finished fourth in the 100-lapper in the BIW 100. And then last time he was here, Shane did not have a very good race. He ended up finishing 13th. Lights off, and we are going racing once again. Dave Sturgis will check him over there in turn 4. McKe able to shake off the challenge. But here comes Clark coming back on the outside. He's going to have to make that work because he's got them lined up down low. Little bit of room there for Clark to get down into second. He'll try to squeeze down there, but here comes Nick Hinckley. Clark had an opportunity to get down to the low line, but couldn't finish it, so Hinckley moves up to second. Kelly Moore trying to grab third. Clark goes right across the nose of the 14 of Josh St. Clair. Josh just trades lanes and pulls up to the outside. Bottom side of the track is open up for Logan Melcher. He just grabbed a couple spots from Jelinas and Colby. Logan now up to 6, just outside the top 5. Larry Jelinas struggling down in that low lane. He looks like he pulls the parachute and drops to the tail end of the field. He may be out of the race. Not sure if the car shut down on him, but he is off the pace. Dave Sturgis trying to keep him up to the against the wall here as the leaders come out to the front stretch. "30 laps complete. 10 laps to go this time by. Three-car breakaway. Then you go back to the 21 of Shane Clark. He's got that yellow number 14 in his rearview mirror. And Logan Melcher on the prowl. Melcher has been outside the top 5 the entire race, but he's closing up ground on Josh St. Clair. Fast lap of the race was Dan McKe Jr. with a 14.9. They were running 14.8s back in the heat races. Five laps to go when they come around to the stripe. Dan McKe trying to get his second career win. Hinckley looking up on the high side as they come onto the backstretch. Nick Hinckley inching up, got a good run down into turn 3. We're side by side for the lead in turn 4. McKe holds the lead, 24 one-thousandths of a second. But Nick Hinckley will finish the pass into turn 3 with 2 laps to go this time. Kelly Moore trying to get a piece of the action. Moore's got third and nobody behind him, so he's going after second. White flag and one more time around. Nick Hinckley. Hinckley's already been a 2-time winner, making a 3-time winner. Nick Hinckley grabs the lead with 3 to go and brings it home for his 3rd win of the season. And looks like he may come out of this one with the point lead tonight in the process. Logan Melcher held just a 6-point lead coming into tonight. Actually doing quick math, looks like we're going to come out of this with Melcher and Hinckley tied for the point lead after tonight. Logan a 2-time winner, now Nick Hinckley a 3-time winner, as we'll get things set up for our final time here in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. tech guys doing a check on the tires on the backstretch, and then we'll bring them around here to Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane for one final visit. And again, doing the quick math, looks like Logan Melcher and Nick Hinckley will come out of this tied for the point lead after tonight. Want to thank our friends from the Senior Tour Auto Racers for being here with us tonight. They'll be here again tomorrow as part of Summerfest. Don't forget, folks, come and support the Maine Vintage Race Car Association. We'll have all kinds of race cars over on the pit side to check out. We'll have the Maine Motorsports Mobile Museum. A bunch of Hall of Fame drivers in the house to meet. Going to be some on-track sessions where you'll be able to see some of these old race cars stretch their legs out here on Maine's fastest track. Got a cookout lunch that's included with your admission. And then we'll wrap up the day with kids' race car rides. So, a nice little treat at the end of the show. Happens from 10 to 3 tomorrow over on the pit side. Otherwise, hope you can be here next Saturday for Group 2 Fan Appreciation Day, presented by the Maine Army National Guard. We want to give a big thank you to the Hometown Foundation, Best Buddies program, and all our presenting sponsors tonight. As we said, we had a busy show and a good one. One more car to arrive, and our two-time Pro Stock champion ready to hop out here with his third win of the season. Nick Huff has got your top three in Victory Lane.
Nick Hinckley, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. Hinckley. Hey, I just noticed your name above the door says Crash. Is that new, or has that been there all year?
Oh, that's been there a couple of years after that rough spell that we had there a couple of years back. Being a jokester, but...
It seems like you've broken that spell this season, though, huh?
Yeah, we finally nailed it. It's just them few off weeks we have, but ever since that pave over there in 1 and 2, we've been struggling with the bump. So I think got it back a little better today. Really got to thank Distance. He's been the main deal on why we've gotten a lot better this year trying things, and Ideal Portable Toilets couldn't do it without them. Of course, everybody down in the pits, everyone's volunteer. That helps me out. My father, my wife Ashton, both my kids, and obviously all you fans. I got to apologize to Dan. I got in the back of him a little bit before I set to the outside of him, and it was completely unintentional. But yeah, got it done.
All right, nice job, Nick Hinckley. Tied for the points lead now, win number 3 on the season. And yeah, Hinckley, he wanted to apologize to Dan McKe Jr. But how about we talk to the second place guy, Kelly Moore. You and Hinckley got together for a brief moment. What's your call on that one?
Well, I was trying to make room where there wasn't, I guess. No, we had a good race. Hinckley and I had a great race there. Was careful I didn't get in the back of him. I hope he appreciated that. But, I did get by him there almost and tried to get in the hole, and it just wasn't quite there, and he let me know it.
All right, I'm glad that you guys are both on the same page on that one. And, man, a last lap pass. Dan McKe Jr. did all that he could to hang it loose in there and get that photo finish, but you got him at the line.
No, I appreciate Dan holding his line there. We had a good run on the outside there, and he could have drifted up and taken us right out of the picture, but he was good enough to race me clean. So I appreciate that.
Great race, great race. Kelly, who do you got to thank on the 47?
Yeah, we got ENF, Epoxy Floor Network, and of course Finish Line Floor Coatings, my son's business down in North Carolina. And Danny Plant Seafood, guys got to go to Danny Plant's to get all your seafood, and so we can help buy some race tires.
Nice run for Kelly Moore. A photo finish, taking runner-up honors. And Dan McKe Jr. almost won both your features tonight. Man, must be a little bit of heartbreak there on this one.
Yeah, for sure. My dad and everybody on our team has just worked their butt off to get this thing going back good again, and start on the pole, lead a bunch of laps, and then, just late unfortunate caution there, and the car just tightened up on us, and just tried to fend them off, but they had the better cars today. But I got to thank Webster Service Center, ECC, Northeast Technologies, JP and Family, Pearson's Heating and Cooling, B&D Burner Service, Shrest Properties, High Five Projects, Lynn Spring Service, Libby's Septic Service, SOS Towing.
Dan McKe Jr., he might have only taken third in the Pro Stock this evening, but he gets himself to victory lane twice today with the Super Street win. So what an exciting finish for the Norms Used Cars Pro Stocks. And we've got one more top 3 photo to take in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane. Thank you guys all for sticking it out to the very end. And we'll send it back up to Ken Minot one more time.
All right, thank you very much there, Nick Huff. Appreciate it. We want to thank our friends from Bizzuto's, the Hometown Foundation, and Best Buddies for helping to put on the show today. And be sure to look up on the Hometown Foundation to find out more about the Dream Ride happening down in Farmington, Connecticut at the end of the month. Great time down there, one of the biggest car shows you will ever see, and some really cool exotic rides, so check that out. And their new partnership with Best Buddies. Thank them again for helping to put on the show today. Group 2 Fan Appreciation Day next Saturday. Summerfest tomorrow. There's so much going on. Just keep an eye on our website and Facebook and everywhere to find out what's happening here. So one final time on behalf of Richard and Vanessa Jordan and the entire staff, thank you for joining us. Have a great rest of your weekend and travel safely. Good night.